Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Are we good? I can hear you. Yep.
Welcome and good evening to the City of Shakopee City Council meeting for June 2nd, 2020. If we could, item number 1, if we could call the roll, please.
Councilor Lehman,
Here.
Councilor Whiting,
Here.
Councilor Contreras,
Here.
Councilor Brennan,
Here.
and Mayor Mars.
Here. Thank you all very much. Could we please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we move forward, given the recent events starting on Memorial Day weekend, if we could have a moment of silence for George Floyd. Thank you all. Moving ahead, any changes, corrections to the agenda, Mr. Reynolds?
Mr. Mayor, first of all, I have asked Chief Tate to make some words, and if we could have that right after the approval of the agenda at 3.1. And then secondly, all of you should have received the information in regards to the bonds that we offered for sale today, and those have been included as part of 9A2.
Okay, thank you. We have an add to the agenda at 3.1. Any others? If not, councilors? Councilor Lehman?
Motion to approve the agenda.
I have a motion and a second by Councilor Whiting to approve the modified consent agenda. Further discussion?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Councilor Lehman?
It wasn't the consent agenda, it was just the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Just the regular agenda.
Correct. You said consent agenda.
All right. All right, then no further discussion. Are we not going to include 3.1?
No, sir, he just wanted the agenda, not the consent agenda.
Mayor,
Approval of the modified agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I misspoke, I'm sorry. And the second, if there's no further discussion, by roll call, Mr. Reynolds.
Councilor Lehman,
Aye.
Councilor Whiting,
Aye.
Councilor Contreras,
Aye.
Councilor Brennan, and Mayor Mars.
Aye. Thank you all. Moving ahead then, 3.1, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mayor Mars and members of council and members of the public. I asked Chief Tate to talk a little bit about the current situation that we are experiencing and how it would be affected by our community and specifically by our police department. It's my personal opinion that real reform is necessary, and then frankly comes in two forms. One is we increase standards for police officers, and two is we get serious about arbitration and mediation reform. Now, the first one, increasing the standards, hopefully weeds out some people. And then the second one is that if they do get through and they're identified, police chiefs, administrators, and city councils should have the ability to get rid of those people and help prevent these types of situations from happening in the future. The individual who's been arrested in this crime had over 17 prior issues. I do not know what his personnel jacket looks like, but I can assure you it's full. In regards to our police department, I want this community to know that this is the finest police department that I have not only ever worked with, but know of. This is an exceptional organization that has a culture that basically surrounds itself with community-oriented policing. They're out in our community, they know our community, they care about our community, and they truly are looking to be public servants as opposed to anything else. We have extremely high standards to be a police officer in Shakopee. That is not the case everywhere. In order to be a police officer in Shakopee, you have to have a very in-depth psychological evaluation. That is not the case everywhere. We also have very high standards when it comes to other parts of our organization. But the most important piece of it is the culture that Chief Tate has laid down and the chiefs prior to him in this particular organization. When Chief Tate places a badge on an individual as part of his speech, as he places the badge on the individual, he talks about that if we have to physically have an altercation with someone, which may be a part of our jobs, after we are done, we pick that person up, we dust them off, and we treat them with respect. That is this culture, that is this police department, and that is this city, and it's exceptional, an exceptional organization across the board. So with that, Chief Tate.
Mayor, members of council, as I started out Sunday night when we were all at that, been a police officer for 22 years. In Shakopee, never been saddened, appalled, angered, and embarrassed as I was watching that. Disgrace to our profession and all the good men and women that wear a badge. It should not have happened. And I'm confident in saying this because I am so proud of this police department and the men and women we have working here that I don't believe that would happen at the Shakopee Police Department. Are we perfect? No, I can't promise that. No one can. But we do have a culture. We have a culture of accountability. And as long as I have the privilege of being your police chief, which is 11 years and a day now that I've had the privilege of being the chief here, community-oriented policing will remain the philosophical basis for every activity we do, from our hiring process, how we train, how we work in partnership with the community. And I think that's the key, is the partnership with the community. Mr. Reynolds talked a little bit about culture, and that starts in your hiring process. And right now, today, we had 3 different interview panels of people that wanted to be police officers here at the Shakopee Police Department. We had 119 applicants. Savage had 41 or 42. Blaine had something in the 40s. So people do want to be here. They do want to work for this police department. But I want people to know we can teach a lot of things. We can teach you how to write a report. We can teach you how to use everything on your belt. But you can't teach integrity. I think that's got to be a part of your DNA. And character-based hiring is essential in this profession, but it's a minimum requirement for us. And we place a great deal of focus on empathy. We don't want that person that sees everything in black and white, and there's only one way to do things. You're either right or you're wrong. So it's awfully important that we continue to train above minimum standards. This council and previous councils has always been fantastic in recognizing that even during tough economic times, everybody, one of the first things, what do? They cut their training and they pull back on that. And I think you do that at your own peril. And this community in the past has stressed that they want to see training above minimum standards. I outlined some of those on Sunday, where we've flown people in, national experts, to teach us about de-escalation. We've flown in national experts to teach our officers and our staff about implicit bias. We're not checking a box because our post-board mandates that we do that. It's one thing to train, it's another thing to make sure that there's value, and paying a little extra for that, I think, is part of what separates us. And I say this a lot, we're different. Some of our staff get tired of me saying that, but we're different. And I want us to strive to be the best police department in the state of Minnesota. Our staff hears that repeatedly from me. So it's important that we continue to maintain that culture, maintain that partnership we have in the community. And I continue throughout this whole last week and couple days to be extremely humbled and grateful at what I've seen from this community and how they've interacted with our officers, how the emails, the phone calls I've gotten. Sunday night when I drove in for the vigil that we were all at, I noticed on our entrance and exit gates, there's several chalk messages that were there. And every single one of them was, "We love our Shakopee police. Thank you for doing what you're doing and the way you do it," those types of messages. So we made sure we took some photos of that because Monday washed it all away, but that all of our staff was able to see that. And I've been forwarding a lot of the emails from the community, all throughout the community. It's been really, really, again, humbling, and we're very, very grateful. We do not take that for granted for 1 second. And as my reaction to all of this was the same reaction I saw in every single one of our officers. Every single one of them was sickened by this. And, you know, it's the old, is it fair or unfair to paint everybody with a broad brush? I tell them, you know, that's part of being part of this job, part of being a police officer, because it comes with an awesome responsibility and obligation with the authority that we have to take care of the public and everything that the public is entrusting you with. So yes, we do get painted with a broad brush, but it's been nice to see the reaction from the community as a whole, overall, just the support that we've seen. And I just want to thank everybody in the community that's reached out. It's really helped get us through a very difficult time, and we are going to be there with you in partnership moving forward, just as we have in the past, because we do some unique things in this community. And again, we don't take anything for granted that the community's provided us. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for all of your support, all the mayors and councils before. They have always made it an expectation, a minimum expectation, that this police department be held to a high standard. That comes from you as well. And we appreciate that, and we'll keep trying to exceed your expectations.
Well, thank you, Chief Tate. These are trying times, and there's been trying times around our nation over the last 20 or 30 years, and your integrity, the department integrated into the community, makes a big difference. Certainly a lot more talk now when it's in the moment about possible reforms. Certainly if you had any ideas on that, I know our council would be open to talking about that. What can we do to strengthen it, make it better? The action of, I read some names Sunday night and of unarmed people that fell to the police, and there's got to be a better way. And I do appreciate you, the integrity, the higher standard that you place on the men that serve in our community. And I just want to make sure there's a good process if there's a problem. I see in the past it's cost communities money, and with lawsuits and et cetera, and we certainly wouldn't want that in our community. And if we can find a way to improve our culture, understanding of the police to protect us, also the tolerance of our citizenry plays a big role in that too, you know. But thank you for your comments. I take them to heart, and I appreciate it. Counselor Whiting?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I want to echo many of the same statements, but I do want to say, I think that the community-based policing is critical, and you've done a great job on that. And the men and women of the Shakopee Police Department are at one of the highest levels that I can expect. It really makes my job easy. There are some ideas, like Mr. Reynolds said, with the arbitration, I think that could go a long way. One question I had is, we use the body cameras. Is that a widespread use throughout Minnesota police departments?
Mayor, members of council, it has become, we put a lot of time and effort into not just grabbing the cheapest thing either. We put a lot of time and effort and research into our body camera system. It's becoming more and more prolific throughout the state. I can tell you just personally our experience, I have not, and this is consistent nationwide, we have not seen an increase or decrease in complaints because of it. And the first few departments that started doing this across the country, that was what the research showed. If you're doing things right, you're not going to see a big decrease because, frankly and thankfully, I don't get a lot of complaints. I don't. And when there have been a few that what the complaint says and what the body camera says are two completely different things. You want to talk about a big change? When I started here, can you imagine officers wanting to wear a body camera? No way, no way. Our officers want this. They want it. They know they're being filmed with a cell phone anyway, and they frankly see it as kind of a leveling of the playing field in terms of, okay, now let's get the whole thing recorded. And I've had a couple of times where and this has happened too with our squad cameras, where I've invited the person to come in and watch it. I've never had one person come in and watch it with me. It's settled a lot of complaints very, very quickly. And I never thought I'd say it even 4 or 5 years ago. Our cops want it. Most cops want it. They see it as it is as essential as anything else on your belt right now. So, and it's part of our uniform for our officers when they're taking action. So
It's neat to hear the acceptance and actually the want
yes,
to wear it for all parties. So, Councilor Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, what I witnessed with Mr. Floyd was totally unacceptable, and I think most people in the country see it that way. I want to talk about the 20 years, almost 20 years that I've worked directly with the police department, going back to Chief Tom Steiniger, then Dan Hughes, and then Chief Tate. I've been a strong proponent of community policing, neighborhood watch, Cop U Kid at the time, and some of these other programs, GREAT, DARE, school resource officers. We are way ahead because we have a culture going way back to where we want these relationships. Neighborhood watch, I pioneered neighborhood watch in Shakopee 17, 18 years ago. And the concept is that you have this relationship between your police officers and your community, to where your community knows your officers almost personally, but it's professional and personal. And they have a built trust over time with these individuals. And the police know their community members. That's critical. It's probably a fair thing to say that if this council and any past council that I've had the privilege to serve on saw this type of action from any of our officers, it would be absolutely, we wouldn't allow it. It would be unacceptable. And it would have been to any council that I've served on. I think our police know that. Our community has expectations of not only our police department, but our fire department, our public works, and every other government servant to the people. I've said this publicly many times, and I'll say it again. I would put our police department up against any police department in the nation. We have a very good police department. They work very hard. over many, many years. I have 100% confidence in our police department. And as I said, this council and no past council would tolerate this type of action. And they know it. So, Chief, keep up the good work. I appreciate it. It brings me comfort, and it should bring our community comfort.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Tate.
Mayor.
Oh, I apologize, Councilor Brennan.
Chief, I want to thank you for your comments tonight. I know the work that you're doing as a member of the community group that supports the police department and being involved in the different organizations such as Shopping with the Cops. I know that you're getting out in the community, and I think that's been really beneficial. And I think that it's just not a police department issue. And I think that it's a community-wide issue and that we need to work to figure out a solution or figure out a way to bridge these gaps that we have. And I think that the organizations such as the Shakopee Diversity Alliance and other groups that are really working hard are going to be the key to solving these problems. So I appreciate what you do. I appreciate what Councilor Contreras does and the rest of the council that is involved in the community. So I just appreciate the comments that you've made tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Contreras?
I'll just quickly add, Chief, thank you very much. I personally have seen, and I've been by your side many times, talking to the community. We worked on Saturday at the food distribution, and it was amazing, the respect that people have for you. And when they would come forward, you know, in that line, they'd wait till you signal them to come ahead. And I'd stop them and say hi to the chief in Spanish. That way we would make that connection. And even though they couldn't maybe understand what you were saying, or maybe you didn't understand, but having me there and like bridging that gap was amazing. And I've seen it personally. You with the Latinos, working with the church I attend, I've seen you work there many times, go talk to them when there was fear of so many things. You go and tell them not to fear, because that's one of the biggest things. So I appreciate it. I've been there with you, and I'll continue to be there with you. Thank you so much, because that's very much needed.
Thank you, Councilor.
I would just say, Mayor, we do, for goals for this year, I do think we should have Councilor Contreras go to traffic direction school. She could do a little better than you did on Saturday, waving cars.
Thank you, Chief.
We'll work on that.
All right. Thank you again very much.
Thank you, man.
It's an important topic. Moving ahead to item number 4, consent business. Any changes, additions, Mr. Reynolds?
Nothing from staff, sir.
All right. Councilors, Councilor Whiting?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent business.
Second, Contreras.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda and a second by Councilor Contreras. As stated, if before we would vote on the consent agenda, we would have Mr. Reynolds read it into the public record. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. These are the consent agenda items for June 2nd of 2020. 4A1 approves the minutes from the May 19th, 2020 meeting. 4A2 approves liquor licenses for 2020 to 2021 and waives the requirements of City Code 114.021 for Global Restaurant Group Incorporated doing business as Dangerfields, Stonebrook Golf Club LLC, and the Knights of Columbus Home Association Incorporated. 4A3 renews and accepts modification to the School Resource Officer Agreement. 4B1 adopts resolution number R2020-063, which sets the public hearing date to consider the vacation of public roadway, drainage, and utility easements as dedicated within Outlot A and Lot 1, Block 1, Powers First Edition, and Lot 1, Block 1, Jackson Elementary School, located at the northeast corner of CSAH 16, otherwise known as 17th Avenue, and Marystown Road, otherwise known as CSAH 15. 4B1 adopts resolution number R2020-TAC-062, which approves the preliminary plat of Windermere South, 3rd Edition. 4C1 adopts resolution R2020-TAC-073, which awards a contract in the amount of $216,299.65 to Bituminous Roadways Incorporated for the 2020 Trail Rehabilitation and Trail Reconstruction Projects, which are CIF TAC 20 TAC 001 and PA TAC 20 TAC 001. 4C2 authorizes the execution of a professional services agreement with Confluence for the Quarry Lake Park Road improvements in the amount of $67,549. And that concludes consent agenda items for June 2nd of 2020. Mayor Mars.
I have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. The consent agenda has been read into the public record. There would be no further discussion. By roll call, Mr. Reynolds.
Councilor Lehman.
Aye.
Councilor Whiting.
Aye.
Councilor Contreras.
Aye.
Councilor Brennan.
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. Thank you very much. The consent agenda passes. Item number 5. Now I'd like to call on any resident that would like to come forward on an item not on the agenda. Come forward on an item not on the agenda tonight. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, we would move ahead then. Item number 6 was business removed from consent, which we had none. And that would move us up to item number 7, which is recess for the EDA meeting. And I would entertain a motion. Councilor Lehman?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to recess to the EDA meeting.
Second?
I have a motion and a second by Councilor Brennan to recess to the EDA. Any further discussion? 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 By roll call, Mr. Reynolds.
Councilor Lehman.
Aye.
Councilor Whiting.
Aye.
Councilor Contreras.
Aye.
Councilor Brennan.
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. City Council's in recess for the EDA. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will call the June 2nd, 2020 meeting of the Shakopee Economic Development Authority to order. Mr. Reynolds, please make note of the roll. Item number 3 is the consent business. Mr. Mars?
Mr. President, I'll offer a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
Oh, yep, you're right, agenda.
Second?
A motion and second by Brennan for the agenda. Any discussion? 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 All those in favor? Mr. Reynolds?
Mr. Lehman.
Aye.
Ms. Contreras.
Aye.
Ms. Brennan.
Aye.
Mr. Mars.
Aye.
President Whiting.
Aye. Now we'll do the consent business. Mr. Mars?
Mr. President, I'll offer the consent agenda that it consists of 3A, the EDA minutes.
Second.
Motion on the floor and seconded by Contreras. Any discussion? 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 Mr. Reynolds, please.
Mr. Lehman.
Aye.
Ms. Contreras.
Aye.
Ms. Brennan.
Aye.
Mr. Mars.
Aye.
President Whiting.
Aye. We'll move along to general business item number 4A, amendment to the tax increment pledge agreement for TIF District number 18. Mr. Reynolds, is Mr. Kursky going to present or you?
I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Oh, we have it on up here. Okay. Who is presenting, Mr. Kursky?
Good evening, President and I guess Commission members. Nate Reinhardt, Finance Director for the city. What you have in front of you for the resolution would approve an amendment to the tax increment pledge agreement, which was originally adopted to pledge the tax increment revenues from the Canterbury Commons District to pay off the bond issue that was issued in 2019. This amendment would allow for the additional pledge, the amendment to allow for the TIF revenues to also go towards the bond issue that you'll see on the council agenda tonight. So the bond issues would be entirely paid with tax increment dollars from the Canterbury Commons District.
Questions? Mr. Mars?
Mr. President, so we also, on our other bond issue for this, for 12th Avenue, we pledged the increment into the city to pay directly for those bonds. This is very similar, correct?
That is correct. That's actually, this action is amending that to include this bond issue from
include this
tonight. So the agreement itself is between the EDA and the city.
Right.
Any other questions? Mr. Lehman?
Mr. President, I have two questions. The first is, in this resolution, it talks about the 4.2 million and now the 8.1 million. Is the 8.1 above and beyond the 4.2, or is the 4.2 changing to 8.1?
It would be in addition to the 4.2.
So it'd be a total of 12 point something, 12.3.
That is correct.
Okay. Do we have, second question, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Do we have a running total of full faith and credit of the taxpayers that we're into this project for at this point?
So it would be the two totals, would be what you've issued a general obligation bonds for, assuming it's approved tonight.
Well, we sold other bond issues for this Shenandoah Drive extended and stuff. So I'm trying to add them all together.
Yeah, the two bond issues that were sold related to this tax increment district are the two listed within the agreement, which is that 4.2 and the 8.165.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? How would the group like to proceed? Ms. Contreras?
Thank you. I'd like to offer adopt resolution number E 2020-004, authorizing execution of a First Amendment to tax increment pledge agreement with the city of Shakopee relating to the general obligation tax increment revenue bond series 2028 to be issued in the original agreement principal amount of $8,165,000.
We have a motion and a second by Brennan. Any discussion? Discussion? Discussion. Mr. Reynolds by voice vote.
Mr. Lehman,
Opposed?
Ms. Contreras,
Aye.
Ms. Brennan,
Aye.
Mr. Mars,
Aye.
President Whiting.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1 with Mr. Lehman in dissent. We will move on to 5A, which is the EDA bill list for your perusal. Is there any questions on the bill list? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 6.
I make a motion to adjourn the EDA to June 16th, 2020 at 7:00 p.m.
Second, Contreras.
We have a motion and a second by Contreras to adjourn to June 16th, 2020 at 7 p.m. Any discussion? Mr. Reynolds?
Mr. Lehman,
Aye.
Ms. Contreras,
Aye.
Ms. Brennan,
Aye.
Mr. Mars,
Aye.
President Whiting.
Aye, we stand adjourned.
We will reconvene the City of Shakopee City Council meeting for June 2nd, 2020. We have just completed our EDA meeting. We are moving ahead then to our 9A1, our 2019 annual financial report. Nate will present along with our auditor.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Nate Reinhardt, Finance Director for the city. Just a couple of brief comments. We recently completed our financial report and our audit, so that is the presentation tonight. This was a unique year where we did the audit completely remotely. Still was a very thorough audit, and just wanted to kind of extend a special thanks to Abdo Myers for their ability to communicate throughout the audit process, as well as my staff for specifically Melissa Schlingman for helping coordinate the audit. Most importantly, we've had a clean audit opinion, very strong positive financial year, added about 3.6 million to fund balance in the general fund, so city remains in good health. So with that, I want to introduce Andy Berg, partner with Abdo Myers, who will go through the auditor's presentation.
Thanks, Nate. Welcome, Andy.
Thank you very much. I'll walk through the presentation that is up on the screen. I'm not sure who's running it, but you can flip to the next page. So what I'll cover today is kind of a summary of the results of the audit and some financial information, starting with our audit opinion. Then I'll move on to the general fund. We'll look at a couple different slides there. We'll take a look at your other governmental funds, your special revenue, capital project, and debt service funds. Look at some enterprise funds, so your sewer fund, looking at cash flow from operations and also cash balance. And then we'll look at some key performance indicators, giving you a comparison to other cities of similar population throughout the state and also within your county. So if we move on to the next slide, the end result of our audit is that we issue an opinion on your financial statements. We issued an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion, as Nate mentioned, so the best opinion you can get. As part of the audit, we do also consider the city's internal controls. We're not testing and giving an opinion on the effectiveness of those controls, but if we did notice something, it's potential that we could have an internal control finding. We have no findings to report in the 2019 audit. We also issue a report on Minnesota legal compliance, where we test a number of different categories that the state auditor puts out for us to test, such as cash and investments, contract and bidding, debt, tax increment financing, and a number of other ones. Again, a clean report there. So overall, like Nate said, the audit went well. We appreciate staff working with us in the current situation, doing the audit completely remotely, and thankful for the technology that's out there. Moving on to the next slide, like I mentioned, starting with the general fund. Here we're looking at the ending unassigned fund balance in your general fund, which is indicated by the blue line. There's two other items on here, your next year's budget. So we compare that as a percentage. You'll see at the end of 2019, you were at 48.5%. You do have an internal fund balance policy where you want to maintain that at the 35 to 50%, which is indicated by that gray bar. So the city's done a good job of maintaining that within their fund balance, and also maintaining the fund balance to keep pace with that budget as it increased over the last 5 years. In addition to the unassigned fund balance, you do have a portion of other fund balance, about 155,000 that is unspendable due to prepaids, and then you have a committed for building permits of about 1.6 million. Like Nate mentioned, the fund balance did increase, so we go on to the next slide. We can get a summary of what happened during the year. Here we give you a comparison of your original budget, your final budget, the actual amounts, and then the variance with budget. So you'll see that revenues were about 31 million above budget by about 582,000. Two of the larger contributors were within charges for service with your community center and ice arena coming in above budget. And then also your licenses and permits, which is development related. Expenditures came in about 27.4 million under budget by 561,000, mainly due to not spending contingency funds and also vacant positions within a number of different departments. So total revenues over expenditures of about 3.1 million. You had transfers in at 250,000. So total fund balance increased to about 3.6 million. ending at the 15.9 million in total fund balance. On the next slide, we'll look at a 3-year history of revenue sources. So one of the important reasons for maintaining that fund balance is your main revenue source is property taxes, as you know. You collect that about halfway through the year, so typically your expenditures are incurred more evenly, so you do need a reserve at the end of the year to make it until that first property tax calculation. Moving on to the next slide, similar comparison, but with your expenditures by type. A couple items to point here, like we saw on the fund balance graph, your budget has increased over the last 5 years, and this gives you a 3-year picture with already the departments increasing in expenditures, which correlates to that budget. The highest area spending is in public safety, which also has increased each of those 3 years. So that's a summary of the general fund. Now we'll move on to the other governmental funds. So we want to flip to slide 8. Here we're starting with your capital project fund balances. We'll look at 2 slides here. The first one's giving you comparison of your ending fund balance in 2019 compared to 2018. So with all the funds combined, you're at about 8.5 million, which was an increase of 393,000. The first fund there listed is your capital improvement fund, which is the largest fund there, ending fund balance of about 5.8 million, a decrease of 653,000. You did have about 3.9 million of projects run through there, mostly street related. There are a couple funds with deficits, mainly your TIF districts, which are intended to be eliminated with future tax increment collections. You'll see the TIF district number 17 did improve by about 375,000 during the year. TIF district number 19 is a newer district. You do have land held for resale in that fund, about 1.1 million. And then the next fund down, your park reserve fund, at about 3.3 million, an increase of about 379,000. This fund is mainly restricted. So on the next slide, we'll look at the category of the total fund balance of all the capital project funds. The bulk of that is assigned, which is internally assigned, mainly in your capital improvement fund. They're remaining fairly consistent over the 3 years, but has decreased slightly. The restricted portion of that fund balance is external restrictions, such as your TIF funds and your park reserve funds. That balance has increased each of the 3 years, like we saw in that park reserve fund. And then the unassigned is the deficit TIF funds, and there you can see the improvement over the 3 years presented. On the next slide, we look at your special revenue funds. You do have 5 special revenue funds here. Main fund there is your EDA fund. There you have a deficit in that fund of about 255,000, which was an improvement of 566,000 from 2018, mainly due to a transfer in of about 510,000 related to the TIF agreement. If we look at the graph down below, you'll see the bulk of the money in these funds is restricted, mainly in your forfeiture and your grant fund. And then again, the unassigned being your EDA fund, which has showed improvement over the last couple of years. So moving on to the next set of funds, here we list your internal service funds, again, giving you a comparison of ending net position from 2018 to 2019. So in total, you have 43 million of ending net position, which increased about 678,000. I think a couple important items to point out here is indicated in that graph. If you break that down, the majority of that is related to investment in capital assets, so not liquid net position. The unassigned fund balance is more the liquid portion. You'll see that's a middle group of columns, increase each of the 3 years. In addition, we do also give you a trend of the cash balance over the 3 years, which correlates to that same trend of the unassigned increasing each of the 3 years presented. So moving on to the next slide, here we're listing your governmental fund debt service funds. You do have 4 bonds outstanding. 34.7 million at the end of 2019. Total assets in the debt service fund, about 3.9 million. We do give you the next 10 years history of future year payments, principal and interest. You can see fairly consistent, decreasing a little bit through 2025 as bonds drop off. The principal and interest payments do decrease going into the future. With the debt service funds, it's always important to continue to monitor the sources to pay the principal and interest to ensure you'll meet the cash flow needs of the debt service funds. Moving on to the next slide. Here we're looking at your enterprise funds, starting with your sewer fund. So here we're giving you two graphs. The top one's a cash flow from operation, and the bottom one's a cash balance graph. So the top one, the operating receipts are the blue bar, and the operating disbursements are the gray bar. So you can see in 2018 and 2019, the receipts coming in are higher than the disbursements going out. So you are generating cash from operations. During the year, you did pay cash of about 1.6 million for capital acquisitions. With that, you were able to maintain your cash balance similar to 2018, with total cash at about 8.1 million. A portion of that, the gray portion, is related to connection fees. Moving on to the storm water fund on the next slide, storm drainage fund. Here's similar graphs. The top graph, you can see each of the last 3 years you have generated cash flows from operations, which has allowed you to increase that cash balance and also pay for some capital projects. During 2019, you had about 780,000 of capital acquisitions during the year. Total cash increasing up to 14.3 million compared to 13 million in 2018. On the next slide is your refuge fund. Here the graph basically indicates that your operating receipts coming in are covering your interfund loan payments for each of the 4 years presented. So meeting the intended purpose of the fund. On the next slide, we look at all those funds combined and the total cash of the city broken down by each of those funds. So you see starting at the bottom, the darker blue portion of the bar is your general fund. Like we saw with fund balance, cash also increased from 2018 to 2019. The bulk of your cash is in the enterprise funds, the light blue, so the second to the top, and your internal service funds like we saw on those respective slides. So total cash over the last 3 years has continued to increase. And then on the next slide, we start to look at the key performance indicators, giving you a comparison of the class 2 cities as indicated by the green bar, cities of population between 20,000 and 100,000, and then the gray bar with all cities in Scott County. So here we're looking at two tax-related ratios, the tax rate on the top one. Trend is for the city of Shakopee, the blue line decreasing over the last 3 years, and below the peer groups, both peer groups. Taxes per capita following the same trend, leveling out from 2018 to 2019, so not too much of an increase. In line with the same trend of both peer groups and a little bit below. On the next slide, we are looking at some debt ratios. So the top one's the debt per capita. They're fairly consistent over the 4 years presented and below both peer groups. Your debt service expenditures as a percent of total expenditures gives you how much you're spending in principal interest payment compared to your other expenditures. Like the debt per capita, you're below the peer groups, both peer groups in that category too. On the next slide, we look at the current expenditures within your governmental fund. So here, just like we saw in your general fund, so this includes your general fund, special revenue funds, capital project funds. A little bit of increase similar to the general fund budget, right in line, same trend as the peer groups presented. And then on the next slide, we're looking at capital expenditures per capita. This is going to fluctuate depending on the projects you have going on in any year. So back in 2016, you had a bunch of new buildings constructed. So you'll see that per capita number increase, and is a good example of some fluctuation. Some of the other capital that's not factored into the graph is bullet pointed in the bottom there related to develop. A lot of the developers contribute infrastructure as they develop different areas. So we give you an indication of what the city has accepted for developer contributed infrastructure each of those 4 years, in addition to your own projects. All right, and then on the next slide, which is the last slide, I'd open it up to any other comments or questions that anyone has.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Andy, and Councilor Lehman.
Question I have is, how do we keep a track of the dollars that we pull out of, like the storm fund or the sewer fund, and transfer it for some other purpose? It's not, is it showing as a revenue in that fund, or is it removed out and put to wherever it was used for? Whether it was purchase of property, city hall building, and how do we track that?
Thanks, Councilor. Andy or Nate?
Okay, so it would be shown as a transfer. So you would see below the revenue and the expenditures on the income statement, there would be a line for transfers in, transfers out. So you would see the dollars moving from one of the funds to the other fund to assist in paying for that asset. Typically, that's how it's shown. It may be handled a little bit differently depending on if it's a let's say a project that included both water, or I shouldn't say water, both sewer and building. Maybe you would see it directly coded, that portion, to the sewer. So it depends on, I guess it depends on what the purchase is.
Mayor?
Follow up, yep.
Thank you, Mayor. The question, I guess what I'm asking for is, can we get a list of dollars that were loaned out from these various funds, and then when are they going to go back into these funds? A lot of these funds are dedicated funds, like the stormwater and the sewer fund, where residents are paying in for that specific purpose, and yet the dollars might be used for, I think we use some for buying the parcel up, MnDOT excess parcel, or maybe some downtown properties, and then we're going to get reimbursed at some point through the sale or whatever, and then that money goes back into them funds. It'd be nice to be able to track that stuff.
Sure. We do include them within the notes of the financial statement, now that I understand your question a little bit better. Page 74 and page 75 of the big financial report that you were provided, that would have the listing of the advances between funds, and as well as the interfund transfers, which is just the yearly transfers, but at least provides the balance of what's between the two funds as of 12/31/2019. Okay.
Other questions of Andy, our auditor, or staff? I think just a comment about some of the numbers here that Chuck be pretty conservative on debt service compared to some cities, other cities in Scott County or other Class 2 cities. In a little while, we're going to have a presentation of a bond sale, double A plus rating. Basically pretty much based off the numbers from 2019, really shows the strength of our community, the financial wherewithal that we have, the conservative nature that actually is helping us get through the pandemic that we're involved in. I see a lot of hard work that has gone into this over the last couple of years with, I think, 4 straight clean audits, and some real good numbers that are, and the numbers on the trends are coming in together pretty well. Other questions, Councilor Whiting?
No, I have no don't have a question, but I would make a motion to accept the 2019 audit and accompanying reports as presented by the audit staff of Abdo Eichten Myers.
I have a motion and a second by Counselor Brennan. Further discussion? Discussion? Discussion by voice vote. Mr. Reynolds.
Counselor Lehman,
Aye.
Counselor Whiting,
Aye.
Counselor Contreras,
Aye.
Counselor Brennan,
Aye.
and Mayor Mars.
Aye. Thank you very much. A special thank you to Andy and his staff on our audit consultant that puts this together. Also Nate and his staff for the collaboration to get the numbers so they can be audited. Thank you. All right. Moving ahead then to 9A2, the sale of general obligation tax increment revenue bonds. And Nate.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, again. Just a couple really brief comments. Paul Steinman is here from Baker Tilly to present the sale overall. But we had a sale earlier today. Sold $8,165,000, which was adjusted for a premium that we received, but received very good bids on that. The project itself will go to fund improvements within the Canterbury Commons District, specifically on Bridled Avenue, as we kind of discussed with the EDA pledge agreement. But with that, I'd like to just turn it over to Paul Steinman to discuss the sale results.
Thanks, Nate. Paul, welcome.
Oh, you're muted.
Paul, you're muted.
Welcome, Paul.
Paul, we can't hear you. You're still muted.
He's requesting.
Still muted, so, okay.
Oh, there we go.
There you
So I
go.
get to start for the third time. I apologize. You think after a couple months I'd have this down? Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This morning at 10:30 a.m. In our offices at Baker Tilly, we took bids for you on your offering of $8.1,065,000 in general obligation tax increment revenue bonds. Those were your Series 2020A. You had 5 bidders. Under those 5 bidders, several syndicated firms. Your best bid was from Robert W. Baird, as is on your screen, at 1.45% TIC, which stands for true interest cost. One of the ways that we measure the validity or I guess the validity of the bids is by the difference between the best and the worst. In this case, that's about 7 basis points between your best bid at 1.45 and the Piper bid at 1.52. So that is a signal to us that the market was very tight and that you did have a good and valid bids that came to you this morning. And let me get to my other the other piece. Let me see if I can see what you are. Yep. So this is the bid tabulation, and again, it shows 1.45 at Robert W. Baird, and that would be our recommendation to award to Robert W. Baird and Company. The next slide shows, and one more slide.
We can pull it up in just a second, Paul.
Oh, you bet. I can talk while you get it too. So typically we include with the information in each time that we sell bonds is kind of this historical view of all of your past bond sales for as long as we have records for, and it is of some significant interest here because your finance director, Mr. Reinhardt, and I were on the phone within a day or two the most volatile bonds and bond market and stock market that we've certainly seen in our lives. Wondering whether we were going to move forward with this sale or not. And we did debate that. We did a lot of due diligence about how we should sell these bonds. Should we maybe do a private placement? Should we pick interview underwriters and do an underwriter negotiated sale directly? We stuck to the GFOA, the Government Finance Office Association recommended path, which is a competitive sale. We stuck with it, and the results today show that it was a good decision and a good path to take. The true interest cost again today, 1.46% rounded up. Your other bonds, the bonds that you sold last year, 2019, were sold for 2.16%. So, and even last year, I'm sure that when I made the presentation, I said we're in a superior bond market with rates that we haven't seen for 25 or 30 years. So the market was very, very good today. It was good enough that even with the premium generated from the sale of premium bonds, which you were able to keep as an additional source of dollars, you ended up with debt service that was less than what we had originally projected back on May 14th. So again, that was just a projection. That isn't there. You know, sometimes it's more art than science in those projections, and the market was quite volatile still then. So it was going up and down. Made the best projection we could at 2.2% at the time. And today we're showing, again, 1.46% rounded up from Robert W. Baird and Company. In the last item that I would want to just address quickly, as I do each time for you folks, we participated again in a bond rating presentation with Standard & Poor's. And, you know, we've known and many of you have worked very, very diligently towards the best possible bond rating, which is AAA. And we've been working towards that for many years, actually. Last year, we had a really good opportunity that you know, it's not your decision whether you get a AAA. We presented very well, and it was very close, and maybe this year would have been even closer if it weren't for COVID-19. There aren't any bond rating agencies right now that are handing out upgrades. There's just too much concern, too much unknown about the impact of the pandemic and COVID-19 on entities' financial situations. When we pressed S&P on that question, you know, they did indicate that you folks are in a place that they don't expect you to be significantly impacted by this pandemic and the COVID-19, but nonetheless, there were not going to be any rating upgrades handed out this year, or very, very, very few anyway. So with that, I just want to emphasize their reflection of their view of the city and this rating at AA+, which again, a AA+ is one notch below the best bond rating that you can have. So still something to be significantly proud of course. So I'll just read a couple comments from the report, and then I'll turn it back. They opine in the report that you have a very strong economy with access to the Twin Cities area, of course. You have strong financial management and good financial policies and practices. You have adequate budget performance, very strong budget flexibility, very strong liquidity, adequate debt and liability positions, and a strong institutional framework score. So the upside scenario is if there isn't any deterioration in any of your credit factors, that could raise the rating if your income and market values continue to improve to levels that they consider in the AAA category. So I always like to point out that as you improve, most other entities, at least in the AA category, improve as well. So you're not just trying to reach an established bar at an established time. That bar improves every single year. So it gets more difficult. You not only need to improve, but improve significantly beyond the median of all other cities in the AAA category. So with that, I'll stand aside and open it up for questions if there are any.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions of Paul? Like I said, great to see the competitive market out there. Just to put it in perspective here, over 20 years, when we were just a single A rated community, and many times we had to insure our bonds to sell in the marketplace. I'm looking at September of 2020, so almost 20 years ago, different time, but 5.51% interest compared to this at 1.45. So I used to sell tax-free municipal bonds and AA rated GO tax-free bonds in the state of Minnesota were like the Cadillac. I could sell these very well and people would sleep at night. I'm just not sure that they'd be so excited about the yield these days on their money, but I appreciate your hard work, and it certainly paid off on the affirmation of our AA bond rating, given the tough economic situation with COVID-19. Councilor Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. Long time no see, Mr. Steinman. I'm guessing that the borrowers are looking for stable entities to borrow to. They're willing to sacrifice a little bit of the return in the security of the stability of the borrower.
Yes, and we see that obviously in the rate today, and in the fact that if you're a AA borrower today, you're in a very good position to sell bonds. The A category is somewhat the same as prior to the pandemic, but if you're AA, folks are looking for good value, and that's represented in the rate that you got today.
That answer your question, Councilor Lehman?
It wasn't a question, it was a statement. I think you would agree with that statement.
Yes.
Yes. Any other questions of Paul? If not, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr.
You bet. Councilor Whiting?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2020-072, a resolution awarding the sale of general obligation tax increment revenue bonds Series 2020A in the original aggregate principal amount of $8,165,000, fixing their form and specifications, directing their execution and delivery, providing for their payment, and authorizing the execution of documents in connection therewith.
Second by Contreras.
Motion and a second by Councilor Contreras. Further discussion? Discussion by voice vote. Mr. Reynolds?
Councilor Lehman.
Negative.
Councilor Whiting.
Aye.
Councilor Contreras.
Aye.
Councilor Brennan.
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. Thank you very much. That motion passes. Thank you, Baker Tilly, and thank you to our financial department. A lot of hard work went went into our financial aspect last year, and I see it paid dividends in the bond rating and the interest rate. Let's move ahead then to 9B1, the annexation of Shakopee Public School property and zoning.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I
Mayor, have a
apologize. Counselor Lehman?
How do I get the boxes of everybody from the side back across the top so I can see what's going on the full screen?
There's a little, I think, a checkerboard box at the top that can change your view.
Okay.
Usually it's in the right.
Either gallery view or speaker view.
Gallery view.
Oh boy, what did I do here? Well, now I put them all in one big square. How do I undo that? Oh, no. Well, whatever.
All right. Thank you very much. So annexation of Shakopee Public School District property, and Michael will present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the proposed annexation of property currently owned by the Shakopee Public Schools District and also zoning it to rural residential. Go ahead. So this is the subject property. It meets all the requirements for adjacency for the school, for the city boundaries. This is currently being used as fields by the school district. They actually own more property than is shown on this, but we don't have adjacency and they have no plans at this time to annex that property in. Go ahead. So this is the actual survey of the property that will be annexed into the city. Go ahead, Andy. So they're requesting annexation of this land. Land is located at the southwest corner of County Highway 78 and County Road 79. It's approximately 88 acres utilized as athletic fields. There's currently 14 sport fields for soccer, lacrosse. The request has a number of benefits for the school district in terms of both immediate uses and their long-term planning. The property would be rezoned to rural residential, which is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. And it was approved 6-0 by the Planning Commission. Long-term, the goal of the school district is they may possibly be building a school here, so in discussions with them, they would like to annex it in now. We are working on a zoning text amendment that will rezone the school properties to institutional, and you should be seeing that in the next several months, but we have to match the zoning that's currently in the county, which would be rural residential.
Questions of staff? I guess I have annexing into the city. I know this parcel was discussed when we updated our phased annexation agreement with the township. And is there any need for sewer and water here immediately or long-term plan?
Mayor and council, no, there's no need currently for sewer and water. At some point in the future, if they build a school here, we would have to bring sewer and water there, but the answer is no.
Other comments, Councilor Lehman?
Mayor, the packet information shows some concern by the township, Jackson Township, in the orderly annexation agreement that this area was shown in Area E, which wasn't supposed to be annexed until after 2050. I guess I'd look for comments on that point.
So Mayor and Council, the agreement allows anyone in those areas, either A, B, C, D, E, or F, that they can request to be annexed in. So we are not annexing this, they are requesting our annexation. We had a similar case with the Shakopee Vet Clinic. They were also in one of these areas. They wanted to annex in. This actually went to the administrative law judge and they ruled that it's in terms with the agreement. The agreement says that anyone who wants to annex in and has the proper adjacency, it's up to the city council whether they want to allow that annexation in. And there was a lengthy discussion about that at the Planning Commission, and I believe they were convinced it was in the best interest of the city to annex a piece of the Shakopee School District into the city.
But the annexation, I'll agree with Councilor Lehman, the annexation is driven by the developer or the landowner. And then if they meet the buttress aspect of it, then they can apply to come in, and then it's up to us, correct?
Mayor and Council, that's correct. So areas currently in A, B, and C, we have a formula. The city can actually annex in 250 acres a year without property owner's permission. We have not done that since this agreement was signed, and we've only annexed in property that property owners have requested. So there was this parcel, and then the vet clinic.
Second
More-
question.
Counselor Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. Follow-up question. If we annex this property and the school district sells it, would we then be forced to supply services to whoever buys it?
Mayor and Council, we're not forced to provide services to anyone in the city. We have a number of areas where we do not have, they're currently on well or septic, and particularly in the rural residential areas, it's purely up to council whether you choose to bring utilities forward. There's a lot of areas in the annexation area, particularly in the west end, along Windermere, that currently are in the township, and right now we cannot provide services to them because we do not have adequate infrastructure. I think there's agreement from both staff, and I believe the original intent of this agreement was we would not pull utilities to property to force development. Again, this is a piece owned by the district, and if they were to come into the city council in 4, 5, 6 years down the road and say they want to build a school here, that would be up to the council whether you wanted to participate in pulling utilities to this site.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions of staff? Other questions of staff? If not,
I have people here that want to
school
speak.
district, huh?
There are people here from the township that want to speak.
The applicant and/or their representative like to come forward?
Township.
Township? Welcome. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Tom Gillum, Supervisor, Jackson Township. I actually participated in the rewriting and negotiating of the annexation agreement in 2016 and 2017. I want to thank the mayor and the council for letting me speak tonight. I'd like to talk about the annexation agreement between Shakopee and Township and why I'm asking the city to vote against the annexing of the land the school district currently owns. In 2016, we started the joint effort between the city of Shakopee and Jackson Township to renegotiate the annexation agreement that had been in place for 15 years, maybe more. We started the process as Shakopee was looking to grow and expand. The Met Council required an orderly path for planning and zoning. We spent 2 years in joint meetings discussing the details of the original annexation agreement, and much of the language in the agreement was modified, and an agreement was drafted for both parties to agree to. What the new annex agreement highlights were: the new agreement provided a path for Shakopee to grow while also protecting Jackson Township residents. The new agreement provided the township continuity and protected the housing subdivisions. The agreement provided an orderly process required by Met Council that graphically depicted the path to follow for annexing Jackson land. This enabled Shakopee to plan their expansion, and it provided comfort to the township as to what land and when a landowner could expect to be part of the city. I don't know if you have a way of showing this map. You can see that.
Andy? Just 1 minute, we'll have overhead.
This map has areas A through F that we've spent a lot of time on it. We spent a lot of time drawing these lines and segmenting out of this. And this map was actually, it's got the Shakopee logo on it, all right? So this isn't a map I made up. This came from the city here. We spent probably most of our time talking about E and F. This is where the housing subdivisions exist. It's where our township exists as well. we spent so much time on it that in the end, Mayor Mars himself was the one who said, you know what, let's just take E and F out of it. Let's just exclude them from this and put them off 50 years. We agreed to 2050. All right, it wasn't, we didn't go to 2075 or whatever. We said 2050 should be enough. At that point, we'd renegotiate this agreement for how we bring those subdivisions into the city. The annexation agreement we have is orderly. That's the whole purpose of it. It allowed the city to grow on a path following west down 169 and then coming back east and south back towards our town hall. This agreement provided Shakopee with 90% of Jackson Township land, all available by end of 2017. And it saved those housing subdivisions that are in E and F so that we could remain a township and not splice our township into a bunch of little pieces all over the southern part of Shakopee. That 10% I looked at as the forbidden fruit, all right? You don't touch it. That's off limits, it's out of scope. The new annexation agreement was signed by the mayor and the council agreed to it, approved it. The city has already annexed 2 properties which have already been mentioned, the church and the vet. Without notice, these 2 properties were annexed. We were told nothing about this. We found out through the grapevine. And we allowed it, okay? We looked at it. We weren't happy about it, but we allowed that without objection because it looked like those 2 properties kind of fit with your area A, okay? A being the starting point of annexing, A, B, C, D, E. They're all in order. This is not to say that we weren't irritated with the process by which they were acquired. Similar to what we're talking about tonight, they were obtained without transparency, without notice, and without township involvement. So we come to the annexing of the school property. So now, if it wasn't for the school posting a large sign on County Road 78 and 79, we wouldn't have even known that this was happening tonight. Nobody's notified us about this. We sent a letter to the city once we heard about it, saying this was in violation of our annexation agreement. I haven't seen a reply to that letter yet. Annexing of the school property is not orderly, okay? We have an orderly annexation agreement, and this is not orderly. It's precisely why we created an orderly annexation agreement with a map, with letters A through F, all right, to show what the path of annexation was going to be. Annexing this land makes as much sense as us stepping up and blocking you from annexing land in A through D. If we said, no, we object, no, stop, we're not going to do that, you know, it doesn't make sense. It's not what we agreed to, and this isn't what we agreed to. The city was looking for a clear, unobstructed path for growth. We gave that to them. School property must remain part of Jackson Township. Annexing this land opens the door for annexing all the land right down County Road 78 and then heading south on County Road 15. There's developers that want it now, and if this goes through, we're done. We get exactly what we didn't want, getting pieced out and separated into a bunch of neighborhoods that have no continuity. That's why we had E and F out of the agreement. And it was our understanding when we had that was the forbidden fruit. It wasn't going to happen. You said it yourself. Let's just take it out of there, leave that. That would become Jackson Township. We'll deal with it at a later date. So looking at this, now I know that you're saying, hey, all of this is possible. We can do this. The landowner requested it. That's a really cozy relationship between the school district and the city of Shakopee. To me, they both say Shakopee, all right? And so what's to stop the school district from saying, hey, let's buy something in C, or hey, here's a spot in F, and then we do this all over again. It looks shady, and it doesn't fit with what we agreed to. In my opinion, this is all in violation of Section 1, Paragraph 15, Section 1, Paragraph 16, Section 2, paragraph 8B, Section 2, paragraph 8C, and the mother of all, Section 2, paragraph 9D, which says E and F are out of scope until 2050. I'm passionate about this because this is exactly what we talked about that we didn't want to have happen, and here we stand having to have this discussion and try and not make it happen here. If it does, all right, we have to look at what we're going to do from this. Tomorrow morning, we will be filing an arbitration with the state if this goes through tonight. Furthermore, we'll be also filing to renegotiate this annexation agreement. We'll go back to 2016 and we'll renegotiate this all over so this can't go any further than what it would tonight. And that would put a hold on all of your plans and all of the annexing until that agreement is put in place. The city has to understand that we take the annexation agreement serious. It's an annexation agreement signed by you, Mayor, and approved by the City Council. We've been patient. We're not pleased with the methods that's been going on to this point in the areas E and F, and we've been kept out of the loop on all these decisions being made. We expect that moving forward, we will have our biannual meetings that were in the annexation agreement that have not been, we've had one, I think, in 5 years, whatever it's been here, 4 years. And the discussion arise that impact interests that we'll be informed immediately and be provided with the discussion items and details. Any questions for me?
Thanks, Tom. I value your passion, and you've been at the table. This agreement, I have had a hand in twice. And the most latest one, the old one was a framework that involved 3 people, or 3 entities, landowners, the township, and the city. And the first agreement that we had, developed back in the early 2000s, was just how does one of those 3 parties pursue annexation into the city? And of course, the economy played a big role and not a lot happened. The economy bottomed out and started to rebound, and we wanted a phasing agreement. I believe one of the big issues facing the township is the city gonna start initiating city-based annexation, where we are the driving force. And we had never done that. And of course, I don't believe we've had any from Jackson Township come and initiate annexation. What we have is the other third party, the landowners. And if they can meet certain requirements as a landowner, they can be annexed in. I think the framework for ABC was to have the township understand that if the city initiated annexation, but we had a couple annexations by a developer or a landowner, whoever, the entity that wants to come into the city. D.R. Horton project, the vet, the hospital. I know the school district is just a landowner like anybody else.
Not like anybody else. Not like anybody else. It's too cozy. That relationship between school district and Shakopee. It's not called the private entity school district. It's called the Shakopee School District and the city of Shakopee. It is a cozy relationship that looks bad. It smells bad, and it is bad. Okay. Because it's not that they're looking to develop that as a school. Okay, they're looking to profit off of land that we have not received tax dollars for since they bought it, and now turn it around and zoning it residential, turn it over to the city, and now you can collect that money off of that land. It's a cozy relationship that is not, I get what you're saying. Yes, they're a landowner, and they're a separate entity, but it's a real cozy relationship that could be discussed over a water cooler around here. I mean, it's bad.
I think they're a landowner much like the church or the vet or another landowner, that what are their rights?
The vet and the other one are on the fringes of A. I get that. Okay, they're sitting right there. This is a piece of property right in E and F that we agreed would not go as annexation.
And to our
And
word,
and we didn't think of it as you annexing or a landowner annexing. We agreed to A through D could be anybody. I don't care if it was you or a landowner or whoever. We gave you all of that area to expand and grow. And now you're saying, nope, we're gonna take this middle thing right in the middle of E and F that we're trying to just hold a township together.
I view it as a landowner right that they are adjacent and can apply for annexation.
And you certainly can deny it.
Well, we could, but the plan was to protect and guide for the city of initiating
And
annexation.
I look at it all the same. Either way, the township land is going away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there, Tom, are there other questions?
Mr. Mayor,
of Councilor Lehman, you were at the table.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of points. I'm disappointed that we didn't contact the township up front. I don't understand why the school district needs to have their property annexed when they have no plans on developing it for years out. I suspect if they were looking to develop it and put a school on it and went through the proper channels, went to the township and said, we want to build a school here, we're out of capacity, whatever, the township might have a different light on that. I don't know, I can't speak for them, but that's not the case. We're being told that they have no desire to develop and build a school for years out. I don't know what the push is to do this today. I don't like the lack of transparency with the township. I've said it many times over the years. I'm not one to strong arm the township. We need to be good partners and work together with the township. That's very important to me. I don't see that here. I'm not very, I'm frustrated at the process here. And we did take E and F out. And I don't see what the drive is from the school district if it's going to be fields. I'm afraid this is actually going to be a flip. The school district's going to try to get it annexed, turn around and sell it. It's already going to be in the city and we're going to develop it, which is exactly against what the agreement was supposed to be. So not real happy with this whole outcome.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the township supervisor? Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mayor, Morris, members of the council, my name is Tim Keene. It's good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
And before I speak on behalf of the town, I'm going to speak as a citizen. We are in a pandemic. And when I walked out of that lobby, there were 63 people in there. And the city scheduled important planning matters that people have an interest in following and testifying. And in order to express their concerns, they're forced into tight quarters that violate all of the common sense distancing requirements that we've been guided by, and the city has to do better than that. It's reckless.
I'm watching what you're watching, and thank you for your comments.
And Supervisor Gillum did a terrific presentation of the township's issues. I would only clarify a couple of additional points and put an exclamation mark on a couple others. I sat through every one of those meetings with you and Councilmember Lehman. And we all heard the same things. We all participated in the same discussions. And we reached a bargain. We wrestled back and forth on assessments and burdens and tech sharing And when we reached a meeting of the minds, a conclusion, there was a grand bargain. And that grand bargain was that the town was willing to allow for development in an orderly fashion without further discussion, areas A through D. And area E and F were off the table. That was what Mayor Mars said. When we brought this all to a conclusion, Mayor Mars said, let's take this off the table. And we were talking 20 years out, till 2037. And Mayor Mars said, no, let's make it 2050. We want certainty that that area is not going to be developed, that the township is going to maintain its character, its urban residential character, as they have invested in their homes and their properties, and the core of the township population and residents live. That was the bargain. And the city has failed to participate in the twice annual meetings that we agreed to in February and August. I think we agreed to the second Wednesday of February and August, and we haven't had one of those meetings yet. We had notice requirements before the any annexation proceeding were to take place. We have received no notice. We didn't receive notice on the church property. We didn't receive notice on the veterinary clinic property. And the repudiation by Shakopee of this agreement barely 2 years after it was adopted is very disappointing. And the repudiation by Shakopee is now cumulative. You've ignored calling the meetings that we agreed to call. You have bulldozed through the two previous annexations without notification. We did object at the last minute to the veterinary clinic because we learned about it at the last minute. There was no process. We heard it word of mouth on the street. And come now to this major annexation. And yes, the property owner, we had talked about that endlessly. Yes, we're not going to take away the property owner's right to request an annexation. We kept maintained fidelity to that principle. So anybody may request annexation. But the stipulation is in accordance with the agreement. And the agreement is not just you have a right to apply, you have a right to 25 feet of contiguity. There's a whole agreement that is embodied and requires the accordance of that applicant, and areas E and F are, in your words, off the table. And I don't know how we can stand here today entertaining this request. It should have been cut off earlier, but here we are. And I respectfully request that the City Council deny this request for its failure to conformity to the orderly annexation agreement, the phasing agreement, the failure to provide joint notification, and the joint meetings as required under OA 1694. If the city wants to amend the agreement, there's a process to do that. You don't just throw it in the woods and bulldoze your way to the goal line. And that's what's going on here. And the township takes respectful objection to this entire proceeding and requests that the request be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the township attorney? Councilor Lehman?
Mayor, I have a question of the township attorney. If the school was looking to place a building on this property next year and went to the township seeking your approval for this area to be annexed and then a school placed there, do you think the township would be opposed to that?
I could certainly see the township finding their way to going along with that request. But we don't have a proposal in front of us. They haven't even used the fields that they built 2 years ago. They're just laying there. And if there was such a request for a new facility, of course, we would engage in a thoughtful and meaningful conversation to entertain that request. But that's not what we're talking about here. Interesting, at the Planning Commission hearing, the planning director was asked, what's changed? Have there been changes in the development pattern? Have there been major improvements in the infrastructure? What has changed between now and 2 years ago? And the answer was, well, we have a new school superintendent. Well, there's no provision in the annexation agreement for changes in personnel to trigger major modifications to the basic understanding. It's phased, it's orderly. That's what we worked on for 2 years.
Thank you. Would the school district like to come forward and talk about their application?
There's another person that wants to speak.
Huh?
There's another person that wishes to speak.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, I'm just.
Please state your name and address for the record. Welcome.
I'm Lisa Frank. I live in Jackson Township on Stonebrook Curve. Do you want more than that? No? So I've lived in Jackson Township for 20 years. As a resident, we in Jackson Township trust our advisors, the board, to look after all of our best interests. And so having they extensively discussed and evaluated and studied and went through the long process that we've been talking about in order to have the annexation go forward in a smooth fashion. I find it really disturbing as a resident driving by the athletic fields that you say in your own agenda are currently being used, which they're not, and you can't get to them, you can't drive to them or anything, so they aren't being used. And I find it interesting that a school district wants to have an annexation into a city when they're tax exempt right now for Jackson Township. They're not paying property taxes, and to 30 seconds later say, now I'd like to rezone that to residential, that just stole, if it was an actually honest annexation in my perception, 7 years because of property taxes, because if it went through on, like in section A or B or C, Jackson Township would get 7 years of property taxes from whatever property was annexed. And so because the school system is tax exempt, that makes no sense to say, oh, let's rezone that within the same minute of voting in an annexation, and then the Jackson Township is now out a lot of property taxes. This must all go to houses, because I completely believe this is a flip. I think everybody knows that the school district is in arrears and struggling financially, and they're not planning on building a school anytime soon because they can't pay for the one they have. So as a resident, I'm just flabbergasted that this is going in this direction when we've been told in Jackson Township, you're safe, because over 75% of us live in section E and F, and we've been told you're safe till 2050. That's what I'd like to say.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Does the school district have a representative here? No? Michael, do you want to make comment on any of this?
So Mayor and Council, again, I would disagree with the township that this is a flip. I mean, the school district's been pretty transparent with us that this area is growing. This was purchased to be a site for a school originally. The fields, they have enough land there to build a future school. They are the Shakopee School District. It's not currently in the city. And they have told us in order to get additional state aid, et cetera, that they will move this forward as a future school site. The only reason why it's being rezoned to rural residential is we don't have a institutional zoning. The Planning Commission is seeing a new table this week that has new zoning. You'll be seeing that, and the school district is fine with us rezoning to institutional. So,
Thank you. All right. This isn't a public hearing, but I think we've heard. Council or councilors?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yep.
I clearly don't have any control over the school district, and I can't say one way or another what they're looking to do with this property. But I do want to say that the notification and the meeting issues are on me. I was at the table for 2 years, helping to negotiate this agreement. Ultimately, not having notification, if that's the case, is on me. Ultimately, not having the biannual meetings is on me. And I want to apologize to the township for that, and I can assure you that that will get fixed. Overall, I believe that this is this action is exactly what we were talking about when we were talking about a landowner as opposed to the city looking to annex into the city. As we've already talked about, the city by right could annex 250 acres a year under the agreement since it was signed those many years ago. We have not annexed any by the city. The only annexations that have been done are through landowners making that request to the city. And that's the case that we have here. Again, I can't speak for the school district. But being at the table with Councilor Lehman, Mayor Mars, and a couple other people from the city over that 2-year period, we very much were looking for orderly annexation. But we also consistently talked about how, and Councilor Lehman, you emphasized this quite a bit, that we were going to be driven by growth. Growth was going to drive the issue. And that, the city has upheld our end of the bargain in that. Not the notification, not the meeting, that's on me, and I apologize for that. But as for the growth piece, we have, because we haven't actively sought to annex land, we've been waiting for the growth to make that determination. So again, I just wanted to make sure that the township was aware that we will fix those notification and meeting issues, but that, and Mr. Thompson, if you can give us your legal opinion on this action and where it falls within the agreement, I'd appreciate it at this point.
Jim?
Yes. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Mayor?
Hear you good.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Yes, under the agreement, as already been indicated, a property owner anywhere in the township can request annexation. I don't think it's undisputed. I don't think that fact is undisputed. Does the city have to approve the annexation? No, you have discretion to approve it or not. The provision in the agreement with respect to the areas A through F specifically says it only applies to city-initiated annexation. In other words, the phasing was in case the city wanted to start annexing, the city and the township agreed that only certain areas could be the subject of a city-initiated annexation at certain timeframes. So, in my opinion, the provision dealing with the 6 areas only deals with property owner-initiated annexation, not city-initiated annexation.
Okay.
So, I'd be happy to answer any questions on it, but from a legal perspective, I believe you have the legal authority to annex this property because it's been requested by the property owner. Whether you want to or not is a policy decision for the council to decide.
Okay. Questions of our legal counsel? Counselor Lehman?
Thanks, Mayor. The comment was made that growth would drive annexation, and I heard that this school district has no plans on developing this property for years out. So I take that to mean that growth in this case is not driving this annexation.
That was in regards, excuse me, Mr. Mayor and council members, that was in regards to the city's actions. If you'll remember, Councilor Lehman, we did not talk about that in regards to property owners who were looking to voluntarily annex into the city.
Well, and I think Mr. Thompson might have misspoke here because the E and F, the city can't initiate annexation until 2050. Where I heard him say all of the properties the city could initiate. But I think the gist of the agreement was that the city could not in E and F.
Mr. Mayor, members, yeah, if I misspoke, I apologize. But what Councilmember Lehman just said is correct. The paragraph dealing with the 6 areas, including the areas that can't be in city-initiated annexation to 2050, that's correct. It applies only to city-initiated annexation.
Right.
My point is that this property it is in the 2050 area, but my only point is that provision doesn't apply here because it's a property owner initiated annexation, not a city initiated annexation.
Counselor Lehman?
So I'm back to the property owner is not wishing to develop the property. So my question to them is, why are they seeking annexation when they have no plan to do anything different?
The applicant is not here to answer the question. So I have difficulty with this as well. However, I do state that the agreement that was phased was talking about city-driven annexation and the plan if the city. I remember a discussion with a school board once in regard to their property, and they had, at that time, no desire. It was going to be for a future reserve, some ball fields for that. The effort of no notification or letter is disappointing to me because that was some of the conversation from the first agreement we had in the meetings. I can't comment what's driving the annexation by the school district at this time. It seems different than it was several years ago. But if the phasing part of it, A, B, C, was only for the city to initiate, now we get back to just a regular landowner's rights, and if they meet the adjacency thing. But I also feel like if this application by a landowner comes before the city council, if the landowner would be here to present his side of the situation, to answer questions for all of us. And that's kind of how I feel. The agreement's in here. It talks about landowner initiated annexation, and the requirements are adjacency. So that's kind of where I stand. I would think that maybe this council would table this and see if there can be more open dialogue and discussion. Councilor Whiting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am a little surprised at, concerned about the conversations back and forth with the township. I understand, I think the supervisor mentioned the the vet clinic and the church property too, and I think they would have opposed that too. So that is within the ABCD. So we understand any kind of taking is going to be a concern. But E and F were specifically called out as sacred. We'll just call it that, I guess. And that's a concern. We all know the financial situation the school district is in, and I can't speculate. But maybe once that institutional zoning is available, maybe that's a little more palatable to the township. I don't know. I don't see any rush here. With that, I would move to table this resolution until a future date when we can have more discussion with the township and the school district.
Counselor Contreras.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very open to being transparent, and unfortunately, I don't see transparency tonight in this. There's lots of things that I feel are not correct, and not having someone from the district being there to represent and answer questions. Again, I'm reading here, and it says there are no immediate plans, right, on there. But the school, so I too am willing to table it until we have someone available to answer some questions.
Is that a second?
Are you seconding that?
Second, yes, second.
All right. Motion on the table, second by Counselor Contreras to table.
Counselor Lehman.
Counselor Lehman, question, comment?
Mayor, can we have this process, have the school district go to the township first and along with the city staff so that we have an open, transparent process here?
Well, we can try that. I mean, we're not, the school board's not here. We
Beyond
can't
our scope.
tell them what to do, but certainly, I think if they watch this meeting, they would get the message that, but we can certainly do that. We have to have some more openness. Does that answer your question, Counselor?
Yes, sir. Call a question.
Mr. Mayor, just check with Mr. Thompson to make sure that the motion is correct.
Okay. Jim, we have a motion to table action, in a second?
Mr. Mayor, that's perfectly fine. If you want to give some follow-up direction to staff or after you make the motion, that's fine. But the motion to table is in order.
All right. Motion on the table in a second. The question's been called by roll call. Mr. Reynolds.
Counselor Lehman.
Aye.
Counselor Whiting.
Aye.
Counselor Contreras. Counselor Contreras.
Mute.
You're muted. Unmute yourself.
Counselor Contreras.
Sorry, I can't hear anything.
Counselor Contreras, your vote?
Aye. Are we voting? Sorry. Yes, aye.
Counselor Brennan
Aye.
and Mayor Mars.
Aye. Thank you all very much, and I appreciate the township being here, and thank you very much.
Mayor?
Counselor Lehman.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion directing staff to work with the school district and the township on their application.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second by Counselor Brennan. Further discussion? Discussion? Discussion by voice vote. Mr. Reynolds?
Excuse me, Counselor Lehman.
Aye.
Counselor Whiting.
Aye.
Counselor Contreras.
Aye.
Counselor Brennan.
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Counselor. Moving ahead then to 9B2, preliminary and final plat of Prairie Point Planned Unit Development, and staff will present. Kyle, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Mars, members of the council. Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative has made an application for a preliminary and final plat, rezoning to a planned unit development zone and for the Prairie Point PUD. So there's 3 applications before you this evening. Next. So this is the site. It's located at the intersection of 4th Avenue and Saracen Street. It is the southeast quadrant of the intersection. It is the site that is the Knights Event Center. It is zoned B1 Highway Business. The surrounding area is shown on the aerial photo. The property to the north is zoned I1 Light Industry on both sides of 4th Avenue. The property to the west is zoned R3 Multiple Family Residential. The cemetery to the east is zoned Agricultural Preserve, and the neighborhood to the south, Prairie Bend, in this area is zoned R1B, which is urban residential. Next. So details on the request. The address is 1760 4th Avenue East. The total site acreage is 3.37 acres, and the current zoning is B1 Highway Business. It's currently guided mixed residential, which allows for densities for housing of up to 6 to 30 units per acre. The proposed density is 22.7 units per acre. Now, the applicant is proposing to subdivide the property. That is the preliminary and final plat part of the request. They would split the property into 2 lots, a 2.03 acre lot and a 1.34 acre lot. The 2.03 acre lot is where they're proposing to construct the 46-unit apartment building. The 1.3 acre lot would encompass the existing building. At the May Board of Adjustment Appeals meeting, the board approved a conditional use permit request for Resonate Church. So the second lot is 2.03 acres. There's a proposed 3-level building, and the anticipated residents are single-parent families for the bulk of the units. Next. So this is the unit mix for the proposed building. There's 8 one-bedroom units, 26 two-bedroom units, and 12 three-bedroom units. The building height is of approximately 42 feet. The B1 zone allows for 45-foot height, 45-foot tall structures. So for reference, for those that are familiar with Shakopee, a similar building that's comparable in size and height would be the Henderson building. The Henderson would actually be slightly taller than their proposed building because of the topography on the site. On the north side of the Henderson, it is 4 levels. On the south side, it is 3. But the number of units is 51, so it would be a similar size complex to what is proposed. So that's just a reference project. The proposed building setbacks from the west lot line, which is the frontage on Saracen Street, is 50 feet. The south side is 20 feet, and the east side towards the cemetery is 20 feet. Next. So this is the proposed site plan on the left, and the final plat drawing is shown on the right that shows the 2 lots. You can see they're proposing the construction of the building on the south side of the site. There is a partial existing green space in that area that you could see from the aerial photo. And the parking lot, there would be some shared parking between the 2 buildings, which I'll outline later on in the presentation. Next. So for parking, the required parking for Resonate Church is 58 spaces based on the number of seats in their building. For Beacon, the required parking is 94 spaces, which is based on the number of bedrooms in the units. If you were to divide the number of units by the number of spaces that are required, it would be 2.04 spaces per unit. And the total amount of required parking for both uses is 152 spaces. Now, the applicant is proposing 142 spaces on the site, which is 7% less than required. 87 of those spaces would be dedicated to Resonate Church, and 55 would be dedicated to Beacon, of which 20 are shared spaces with no exclusive use for either user. Next. So this is a shared parking diagram. This was an agreement that was drafted between Resonate Church and Beacon for the use of parking on the site. Parcel A on the north side of the site is shown as no work. Those are parcels or parking spaces that are on the Resonate Church site. They would not be available for use by the Beacon residents. The purple area is 6 spaces that could be used, that are dedicated use for Resonate Church that would be on the Beacon site. The city code does allow for parking agreements like this, And then the green area is allowed shared parking between the two users. And then the 20 spaces that are in the aqua color is dedicated spaces to Beacon for the use on their site. Next. So for additional parking discussion, the city code allows for up to 50% of required parking to be shared. Besides on Sunday mornings when both the residents would be at the site and the church services are operating, there is a surplus of parking on the site for both uses. And as I said earlier, the amount of parking that's provided for Resonate Church exceeds the city code requirement. So from discussions with Beacon, the applicant, their anticipated number of cars per unit is 0.9 to 1.2 cars per unit. So it's about 58% of the city code requirement. And the applicant has completed a parking study which was attached to the report. Staff supports their proposed request and the reduced amount of parking based on a few different points. It's not anticipated that not every church service for Resonate would have 200 people at each service. Per the Institute of Traffic Engineers manual, the peak parking for residential uses is anticipated from 11 to 1 p.m. on Saturdays, not on Sundays. And the typical vacancy rate for multifamily residences is 5%. So some people move in a given month, some people move out. Not every unit is full on a monthly basis. Based on the size of this project, there could be 2 to 3 units that are vacant in any given month, so that would potentially reduce their parking needs. And also in this particular development, the additional bedrooms generally would mean more children, not additional drivers, based on the intended residents of the development. Next. So this is a proposed green space diagram or open space. The applicant is required to provide this for a PUD. There's a minimum of 15% open space that's required. There is some additional green space on the south side of the site, but portions of it are infiltration basins, so they were not actually counted for their open space diagram. But the minimum is 15% of their site, and this is what is shown on this map. Next. These are proposed building elevations. I also have a material board here this evening for the different types of materials that the applicant is proposing. They're proposing different colors of fiber cement siding, it'd be panel siding and lap siding, and also a brick veneer. So this is an elevation. This is facing southeast. So the roadway that you see in the foreground is Saracen Street, and that is the entrance drive off of Saracen. And the darker portion of the building would be the brick veneer. And then there would be cement board on the upper 2 levels. Next. So this is the elevation. This is the north elevation of the building. So your perspective is you're facing south from the parking lot. So you would see the brick veneer on the north portion of the building, and also the cement lap siding. Next. This is the west elevation, so this is what is facing Saracen Street. There will be a sidewalk connection to the entrance to the existing sidewalk along Saracen Street, and this would be brick and fiber cement. Next. This is the south elevation of the building. You would see all 3 different materials on this side of the building. Next. And this is just another perspective that's facing northeast. So you can see the proposed evergreen plantings that are on the south side of the building. I'll be showing the landscape plan will be coming up here, and the applicant has, in discussions with the applicant, they've said that they would meet with residents on the south of the building to look at particular locations for plantings to help guide in screening the building and look at potentially some larger plantings than what they propose initially on their landscape plan. Next. This is another perspective. This is facing southwest. So this would be if you were above the existing building for the KC Hall. Next. This is a floor plan of the first floor. There's 3 levels in the proposed building. Next. And this is the second and third floor. The first floor has a community room space, but the second and third floors of the building are the identical floor plan. Next. And this is the proposed landscape plan. Currently on the site, there is no parking lot islands. It's just one continuous paved area. The applicant is adding parking lot islands for landscaping purposes, which is a requirement in city code. You can see they're looking to plant shrubbery along the east side towards the cemetery, and also some evergreen screening on the south side, and then planting boulevard trees on the west side along Saracen Street. And as I said, they're willing to meet with the property owners to discuss placement of evergreen screening and increasing the size. Next. So the current site is zoned B1 highway business. The B1 zone allows for multifamily residential uses. It allows for retail operations, service businesses, bars and restaurants, offices or theaters as permitted uses. Some conditional uses that are allowed on the site would be vehicle repair, gas stations, car washes, pet daycares, churches or private clubs like the Casey Hall would also be a conditional use. So on this site, if the proposed plans were adjusted to meet all the city code requirements, since multifamily housing is permitted, they would have to make some minor adjustments to meet the requirements of the zoning code for setbacks, for parking, so it would result in a loss of a number of units to meet the parking requirement and also the setbacks, but it could be a permitted use. But the applicant has chosen to go through this process as a PUD. They believe it provides a better product, and they have a public hearing process. It wouldn't have been required otherwise. Next. So these are the PUD criteria that are included in the draft resolution or ordinance in this case. It deals with the proposed development and consistent with respects to the comprehensive plan. The proposed site, they meet the density requirements for mixed residential zone. Is the proposed development including deviations from design standards compatible with the surrounding land uses? There are multiple surrounding land uses in this area, and the proposed building could serve as a buffer from the light industrial area to the north. There's multifamily residential to the west and single family to the south. So does the proposed development provide adequate open space, circulation, pedestrian orientation, parking, recreation, screening, and landscaping? We believe, staff believes that the applicant does meet all those requirements. They're planning for connecting to existing pedestrian facilities. We believe they've shown that they can meet the parking requirements. We were hesitant at first. We had significant discussions with the applicant, and then they came up with an agreement with the church, with Resonate Church, to come to something that was satisfactory to staff. But initially, we did have concern on that. They are proposing to meet the open space requirement of the PUD as well. Next. And the next criteria is if the primary function of the PUD is to encourage development which will preserve and enhance worthwhile natural terrain characteristics, should not enforce intense development to utilize all portions of a given site in order to arrive at the maximum density allowed. This site, they could have a more dense development in accordance with the comprehensive plan, but there would potentially be some challenges. They may have to adjust their unit mix for parking, but it would be possible for them to have a potentially more dense project. Whether there exists an overall compatibility of land uses and overall appearance and compatibility of individual buildings to other site elements. They're proposing higher quality building materials. They're brick veneer on fiber cement siding. It's a lower maintenance building, and it's a shingle. They're proposing asphalt shingle roofing, which is compatible with the surrounding residential properties. And the last criteria is whether the proposed PUD plan would afford a greater general public benefit than would be realized under the underlying zoning district or general zoning permissions. This proposed development, one of the goals in the comprehensive plan is to provide sites for affordable housing in the community. That's something that's unmet in the region as well as Shakopee, and that's a goal of the comprehensive plan, and this is a proposed site that fits in with that goal. It's adjacent to existing employers, and pedestrian facilities as well as public transit facilities. So staff believes that that it meets all the requirements, and that's why we've recommended approval. Next. So before you this evening are 3 requests. There's a preliminary and final plat, that's a resolution, and then 2 ordinances. The first ordinance is rezoning the property from B1 Highway Business to PUD, and the third item is the City Council approval of the Prairie Point PUD. At the May 7th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the request by a vote of 6-0. Between May 7th and today, we've received significant amounts of commentary and submitted from the website and emails. Those are all included in your report. It's about, I believe it was 38 pages. So there's been significant dialogue that's been provided. With that, I will turn it over to the council for any questions.
Kyle, thank you for your presentation. Questions of staff?
I have some.
Councilor Brennan.
Kyle, thank you for this information. So tonight we're not talking about the use of the current building, the Casey Hall, as a church. That's already been approved by the Planning Commission, is that correct? Or is it something that we're approving tonight?
Mayor Mars, Councilor Brennan, you are not reviewing Resonate Church's request. That was already approved by the Board of Adjustment on May 7th. Their connection to this development is the plat that would create their lot. But as far as the use, that's already been approved.
Okay. I have a few, if I can go through them, Mayor.
Yes, go right ahead.
There's a berm on the south side of the property, and I don't know if that's a berm that is connected to the homeowner's property, or is it a berm that's connected to the current KC Event Center?
Mayor Mars, Councilor Brennan, the bulk of that berm is on the adjacent properties to the south.
Okay, and it seems pretty high. And there seems to be a significant amount of vegetation in the area. And
Mayor
trees.
Mars, Councilor Brennan, there are significant, very mature trees that are on the properties to the south.
Okay. I had received some comments about the park, and people were concerned about children going from the building to Memorial Park. Is there a park that's closer than Memorial Park?
Mayor Mars, Councilor Brennan, Prairie Bend Park is approximately 800 feet to the south of this site, and that's closer than Memorial Park is. And as far as for residents traveling to Memorial Park, if they take the trail along Sarazen Street, there is the underpass under the highway as well if people desired to go to Memorial Park. The pathways of Shakopee signage are along that trail, and the underpass under the highway.
Okay. Is there going to be any signage? I couldn't find signage on the site that indicates that it's a church or that there's a church there or the apartment there. And is there going to be a sign that's there?
Mayor Mars, Councilor Brennan, there's the existing sign for the Knights Event Center that's on the north side along 4th Avenue. I would expect that Resonate Church would use that sign. It has an LED message center. As far as for specific signage for Beacon's site, there isn't anything that was included in the application. They would have to follow the city code requirements for residential signage, which would allow for a monument sign with a limited amount of signage on it. The applicant is here this evening, and they would be able to speak towards their any signage that they are planning.
Okay. I know that there's a playground on site. Do we have a requirement for fencing around that playground? Or can we include that in the PUD?
Mayor Mars, Councilor Brennan, certainly the City Council could include that as a requirement. They do have a playground that is proposed that's on the north side of their building. I don't believe a fence is proposed at this time, but that is certainly something the council could require.
Okay. I know that we do have the multi-housing, crime-free housing ordinance or requirement for people to take classes. Is that also a requirement for the Prairie Point management? There's no waivers of that.
Mayor Mars, Councilor Brennan, that would be a requirement.
Okay. Let's see. I know that there's 46 units. Maybe this would be more appropriate for the developer, but I know that there's the number of units, and the majority of those units are 2 bedrooms. Do we have a requirement on the number of people that can live in a specific unit based on the unit size or bedroom size?
Mayor Mars, Councilor Brennan, we would defer to the Department of Health standards on sleeping room sizes. I believe it is the Department of Health standards for a single person would be 10 by 7 in a bedroom, and for two people to be in a bedroom, its minimum size would be 10 by 9. That's something that the applicant would be able to speak to better, but we as the city do not have requirements for that, but the Minnesota Department of Health does.
Okay. I know that MBTA has Route 497 that goes down from down Marshall and 4th Avenue. But I think it's like over a third of a mile to get from the site to that corner. And it was indicated in the packet that a lot of these people would not be using cars. So have we contacted or worked with MBTA to see if that route could be routed over to this site so that people go to the grocery store or the hospital or the doctor or anything like that?
Mayor Mars, Councilor Brennan, we did include them in the staff review. We did not receive comments. I don't know if they would look at adjusting the route for that purpose. I know they've had issues with having their routes being a bit too long in order to maintain a established frequency or a reasonable frequency. Certainly we could reach out to them, but that was part of the site that was appealing to Beacon, with it being within walking distance. They believe a quarter to a third of a mile is within walking distance of a transit site. It's also within walking distance to multiple employers.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
We do have a liaison on the board, though.
Right.
We can work with MBTA.
Councilor Brennan, thank you. Other questions of staff? Other questions of staff? All right, seeing none, we'll hold you in reserve, Kyle, to come back. Huh?
We have a long list that I'll call.
Okay.
This is a public hearing?
Are we gonna hear from you wanna hear from the public?
Or the applicants here, and then you can hear from the public.
I guess I thought the public hearing was held.
No, this is not a public hearing, but we're gonna take some public testimony. I wanted to know if we're gonna have a roll call of people that signed up that want to speak for or against. And when you come forward, speak clearly into the mic, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Mayor, council members, good evening. I'm Chris Detling with Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative. Thank you for inviting us here and taking your time. Just to respond to some of your questions, Councilmember Brennan, Mayor, if that's all right. Regarding the berm and the height, if it's okay with you, I would like to show you an elevation. If I can get it up here.
Once you get it, do you want to put your phone down and then have the aerial? So if you put it down on the table there, we could pick it up, in between the box and the...
Pretty small, so let's see if you can get there. What I may need to do is bring it up to the camera. Oh, no, I can see that pretty well. I don't know if you can zoom in a little more.
Okay.
So that's an elevation from Saracen Street.
That might be it.
So you'll see the 3-story apartment building that we're proposing, and the tree along the property, tree line along the property, and that berm, and then the single-family homes to the south. And so there's a pretty significant elevation change, and you know, really the roof lines almost match up.
All right.
Regarding signage, haven't thought that far yet, but I'd imagine that we'd have the name of the development, Prairie Point, above the front door at the entrance, and potentially a monument sign, but but more than likely above the front door. Regarding bedroom sizes and number of people in a unit, Kyle's correct. There are rules that govern this, and typically, it has to do with the ages of the kids and the genders of the kids. Small kids can share a room, and as they get older, we tend to have them have their own rooms. And just a note about car use. So the strict interpretation of the city parking requirement is based on bedrooms, and because we have units with large bedrooms, it kind of expands the number of parking spaces required. And our point is that because it's families that'll be living there, more bedrooms means more kids and not necessarily more cars. And our experience at our other developments is that families may have one car or maybe even a little less than one car on average. So there will be some transit users, but the majority of folks will have cars, but probably not more than one per unit. And we have a number of folks from our collaborative congregations that are here that'll speak to other issues, and I know there are other neighbors that are here for testimony as well. So if there weren't any other questions, I'll sit down. And
fencing around the playground?
Yeah, it's not scheduled at the moment, but that's a great idea. We'd like to keep the kids and the wood chips in the playground and not out on the sidewalks in the parking lot.
Other questions, follow-up? Councilor Brennan?
I do have another question. In the information or what I've learned about Scott County is really in the need of apartments that are a higher bedroom count for families, that would account for families. And I noticed that the majority of your units are 2-bedroom. Were there any reason why you chose 2-bedroom as the goal, other than larger bedrooms or units with larger bedrooms?
The Mayor, Councilmember Brennan, there are a combination of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units, and we're actually contemplating at the moment combining some units, some of the 2-bedroom units and some 1-bedrooms to make some 4-bedroom units. We haven't definitively decided that yet. I'm trying to make the numbers work, but basically it's a function of the need and the financing. We'd love to build all 4 bedrooms all day long, but they're expensive because they're twice as large as a 2-bedroom, and there's limited financing out there. So we have to draw the line somewhere, and 2 bedrooms will serve families, and so we think it's a good mix.
Mm-hmm. I have one more question.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Did you have any neighborhood meetings with the neighbors?
We did not. We had planned 3 neighborhood meetings. We kept scheduling it, planning for it, had the KC Hall reserved, and then the governor's order went into effect, and we had to postpone. So we postponed, hoping that it would, in the early days, that this would blow over quickly, and it absolutely did not. And so we postponed again and then again, and after the 3rd time, the city decided that they would set up a process so that folks could submit public comments through the website, through web form. We were able to the city sent out a letter. Actually, I have some copies here. So to the neighbors within 500 feet of the property, the official notification and letter went out from the city, and that included on the city's website a nice PUD packet that had information about the project and the developer, and how folks could submit their comments, and it included contact information for 2 Beacon staff people and Kyle, the city planner, and as I mentioned, also that public comment form, and then Beacon also sent a letter out to all of those neighbors with some more information about Beacon and about the development, because we weren't able to hold that information session, that neighborhood meeting. So we wanted to get some additional information out there, so folks knew what to expect and would have our contact info. So we provided contact info for a staff person and an email address in that letter as well. And we had done some early outreach in, I think, February, or maybe it was March. We had heard from staff that maybe you remember some neighbors had shown up at a few council meetings early on, and before we even had submitted an application. And I believe they were from Pinewood Estates. So we met with a few folks in Pinewood, and one of the folks, Ann Mulcrone, I liked what she heard and was a supporter, and said that she would be willing to send a letter out. That letter's in the Planning Commission packet, in your packet. And so she delivered a letter to all of her neighbors, even though Pinewood Estates is outside of the 500-foot radius, so they wouldn't have gotten the official letter. So, we in that letter included contact information for Beacon, and after that information, we received one call from a neighbor, and then one contact through the city from a homeowner adjacent directly to the south. The one neighbor who contacted us asked about traffic, said there was too much, and just didn't want the development in their neighborhood. Didn't hear from them again. And the other neighbor directly to the south, I've had really thorough and good, deep conversations with her over the last number of weeks about screening and fencing and tree placement, and it's been a really good conversation. So I've appreciated that she's reached out and connected. She's here tonight, so she'll probably provide some testimony as well. So that is that's the answer to that question about outreach.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions of the applicant? If not, but I would like you to stay close because I might circle back around on a couple other questions here. Now we'll take some public comment, and if we have some order to it, okay. And please come forward, state your name and address for the record. I do want to say that I've been involved in the city in a long time, on the planning commission and on the council. I received a little over 70 pieces of information, people writing letters either for or against.
Great.
A lot of passion on both sides. Thank you. Good evening, welcome.
Hi, my name is Melanie Gazelle Rangel, and I am one of the 3 houses that is adjacent to the property that we're talking about, and I am the person that Chris was speaking about who has reached out to him. First of all, I want to thank everybody, the council members as well as the mayor, for taking the time to do this. We have been frustrated because we have not had a chance to meet with the developer. A lot of the neighbors were counting on me to speak for them, and so that's why they didn't reach out to Beacon or to Chris specifically. What I wanted to say about that was he said that they had something arranged for using the KC hall for the meeting, but if that was the case, why wasn't the neighborhood approached about it and said, this is when the meeting is, will you be able to come to it, because we're all busy families. And so I also feel like in the last couple of weeks, they've had an opportunity to do a Zoom meeting just like we're doing here, and that wasn't done. And basically the reason why I was given that there was no reach out to the community was because I was the only one that contacted him. Once again, I want to say I'm speaking for a lot of people in our neighborhood, and they counted on me. So that was my miscommunication with Chris, him thinking that I was the only one concerned. I'm not. I own a Facebook group with over 50 people in it, all opposed to this property. My first thing that is down here right now is there are 3 houses already on the market. We can move it up. I spoke to all 3 property owners. The one main reason is because they're concerned about their property value going down once an apartment building is 20 feet from their property line. Okay. So I wanted to speak directly to a couple of the criteria for a PUD. Does number 5 criteria is, oh, here I've got something for you to follow along with me.
Well, it's kind of in between the sign and wherever the red dot is the middle.
Oh gosh, okay, yeah, we need to move this over. Okay, so criteria 5 says, does the PUD provide an overall compatibility of land uses and overall appearance and compatibility of individual buildings to other site elements or surrounding development? And it says that's not the sole basis for denial or approval. From the planning.org website, which I do not have a visual for, I apologize. Planning.org website says, in determining compatibility, we evaluate such factors as property value, traffic conflict, mixture of pedestrian and vehicular traffic, phenomenon that affect the senses, noise, light, and glare, aesthetic considerations, psychological factors, and building height and bulk. So while I understand that the apartment building is residential, I strongly disagree that a 3-story building is compatible with the adjacent single-family homes, nor does it fit well with the 1-level townhomes across the street. A 1- or 2-level building would be more cohesive with the surrounding buildings, but the neighborhood wasn't given a chance to give input on what would fit well in the neighborhood in the design process. All the drawings presented at the Planning Commission meeting showed just their development and not the neighboring homes. It was requested at that time by Ramona that Beacon present a drawing that shows the neighboring homes within the drawing of their development. But as I can see tonight, that request has not been met. I feel it's because the developer doesn't want the city to see what it may look like and how the 3-story building will tower over our homes. I'd like to show you a quick example of Linden Hills, where they do use that process where they make sure that the developer has to do a drawing, or whatever that's called, to show how it will look next to the neighboring, like single-family homes in this case. And so you can see from the drawing, you know, that's going to give us a much better picture of what a building, a larger building, is going to look like. Now, I know that Chris did show that one thing on his phone, but it's not quite the same as showing the entire building, especially how large it is compared to our 3 houses. And I'm not sure if I specified, I am one of the 3 houses. Did I?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm the only one here to speak for them, because one of the houses that is on my picture there is the middle house, and they have already sold their house and will be leaving Shakopee because they do not feel as though city officials have their best interests in mind. Let's see. Also for PUD, it states under A, purpose and intent, number 9, ensure the establishment of appropriate transitions between differing land uses. There is no transition between the single-family homes to the south and the planned unit development of Prairie Point. It was my understanding there should be some type of physical barrier or a transition between land uses, such as townhomes, more green space, creek, you know, something like that. I believe they are using the request for a rezoning of a PUD to get this apartment building into an area that they possibly would not qualify for the R4 zoning at the current capacity. Let's see. Also, under the criteria for a PUD, number 3, oh, let me switch back. Where did my other paper go? Can you see that okay? Does the proposed development provide adequate open space, circulation, pedestrian orientation, parking, recreation, screening, and landscaping? I disagree that the developer has met these conditions. The only open space is, around, and I did see that it was 15%, that they've met that. But I feel like for, children that are supposed to be, in this development, that there isn't a lot of space for them to play. And I am concerned about them. I've been told by the developer that the back lot that is nearest our homes, which is the most green space on the lot, will not be used by residents, at least for smoking. I had asked him if there would be a smoking area, as we are concerned that they'll be doing that on the south side of the building possibly. His reply was, I doubt people will be trying to smoke in the backyard south of the building. It would be a long walk from any of the building doors, and there will be a rain garden back there and won't be very convenient or comfortable place to be. If they did, we would tell them not to. If it's not a very convenient or comfortable place to be, I'm assuming children aren't going to be playing back there as well. The criteria also speaks to if there's enough recreation. They do have a small playground planned, but having kids near a parking lot isn't desirable. And it would be nice if it was fenced in. They don't have any recreation planned for the teenagers, as well as exercise. If the small planned playground is too busy, the park in the Prairie Bend neighborhood is much too far for any kid to walk alone these days. So that is another concern of mine. Going back to criteria 3, one major thing that I'm concerned about, obviously, because it backs up to my house, is screening. I know a row of 6-foot trees is planned, and that they touch on the fact that the adjacent homes already have mature trees in the proposal. I feel the developer should not be counting on the trees in the neighboring yards for screening, but should be providing their own. We were planning on cutting down many of our trees this year because the evergreens are dead halfway, along the bottom, how they die, and then you just have the top. Now we're not going to cut anything off because that's going to create a lot more visual through there. I can show you real quick because I'm sure you guys haven't probably been out to our neighborhoods. This is the house on the corner that belongs to Dan Arbuckle. As you can see, he has no evergreens on his property. They're all deciduous trees. So it looks nice and lush and full right now. But when they all lose their leaves, he will have a very clear view of the apartment. This is the house in the middle. They have 4 evergreens on their property. The rest are deciduous. They obviously have a big area right here where you'd be able to see the apartment building. This is my property. I know a lot of people saw on Facebook in the Shakopee groups when I went on and said, I'm concerned about this project. Everybody said, wow, you got all these trees. What are you complaining about? Well, the big tree right here obviously is deciduous, and the other one there, and these 3 here. So you only see that I have 2 evergreens here, and there is an evergreen hidden behind this tree here. So once again, once they lose all their leaves, we will not have much screening. Let's see. I would like to ask that if you do approve this development, that you require the developer to build an 8 or 10-foot fence in addition to planting evergreen trees on top of a berm. A fence as well as more evergreens would mitigate noise, provide more screening to the adjacent houses, and would also prohibit anyone from passing into our yards. I know Chris and I had had a discussion about that, and he feels that our fences will be a deterrent enough for people crossing through our yards, but it's not our responsibility, in my opinion, to protect it when I think that liability should be with them. I would also like to suggest that the windows maybe be something where they can't see directly into our homes. I'm not sure what kind of windows. Somebody suggested transom windows or obscured glass. I don't know if either of those would work. That's just a suggestion somebody had thrown out for me. People have spoken to the parking situation, so I will skip over that. But another reason why we would like to request a fence instead of just the trees. This comes from planning.org also. Let's see, is it up there? Should be down there, huh?
Yep.
Okay. And it basically says, in a nutshell, that bushes and trees down here, from the information available to date, we can only conclude that planting strips are not effective acoustic buffers. But then they go on to suggest that walls, fences, and hedges are the best way to do that, as well as setbacks. I don't know who I would ask why there's only a 20-foot setback versus like the street has a 50-foot setback. Whereas if you look here, they're suggesting setbacks be the smallest on a street and largest adjacent to other properties. Is there someone that can answer that for me?
No, it's about where your front door is, and then it's a side yard or rear yard. So their front door is on Saracen.
Right.
So
It
the
has to
south
be
side
further
is
back.
really a side yard, and the 20-foot. The 20-foot could be built right now in the B1 with a taller building, more dense, and it would still be 20. There's no variance from that being granted here on the side yard setback, which is the south side facing the residential district.
Okay. All right.
We do have a lot of people here to speak,
Okay.
and
That's,
I appreciate
so,
your...
yeah, the last thing I had to say was I would just respectfully request that if this is approved, that there may be a transition as well as a wall or fence and more trees to mitigate noise, light, and sight of the building better, as well as the fact that it would be very nice if this vote would be continued so we could meet with the developer, because there was no outreach to our neighborhood, and that's why people are so upset and frustrated with the whole process. If they're not planning on building until next spring, I don't see what the rush is.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Jerry?
We're gonna keep our comments brief.
brief.
You guys have all been patient, and we appreciate that, but thank you. And the neighborhood spokespersons spoke a lot, so welcome, your name and address, and glad you're here.
Jerry Hennany, 25 Dakota Street, 2 blocks away from Clifton. We have no problems with Clifton, and Clifton is, well, a lot bigger than the sewer project that you're talking. First of all, she talked about home values could go down. I was on the county board for 8 years. Everybody talked about if we build a road, if we build a trail, if we build anything, you know, I am yet to see one piece of property go down because of what's built in our neighborhood. I used to live next to the prison on West 6th Avenue in Shakopee. No fence around it. No neighbor ever complained when they built the new facility across the street. Nobody's value went down. Everybody's house gets sold like every other place in Shakopee. Secondly, there is a need for this project. Okay, I was on the county board when we started FISH, Families, Individuals, Sharing Hope. We got a FISH request the last couple of weeks ago. It was a CAP agency. They needed some money. There was 5 families, 5 mothers with their daughters and sons had to leave their house because of domestic violence. Okay, where do they go? Okay, they go to the city of Shakopee Police Department, or they go to CAP, or they go to Southern Alliance of Battered Women. This project, if it gets done, could save all us taxpayers some money. Because I talked to the sheriff's office last week, and they said there's a lot of people end up in the jail because there's no place to put them when it's 20 below out. So this is a positive. This is a need that we have. Okay, thirdly, they always say, build it and they will come. Okay, I say, build it, we are here. Not that they will come. Look at what's happening in Minneapolis. It's we and they. Here it is, we and they. No, these people are part of our community. They should have a quality of life like everybody else that lives here. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for opening this up for public comment tonight. We appreciate it. My name is Nick Henry. I work for the Morris Law Group in Edina, Minnesota. And I've been asked to come here tonight to represent members outside of the Canterbury Point retirement community. The mayor earlier tonight made mention that there's a lot of passion going on here tonight. And from your perspective, you can't see it, but in the antechamber outside, there are a good 2-3 dozen people outside, many of whom are wearing Point the Way Home stickers, and a good dozen or so who I'm here to represent this evening. They're the residents of the Canterbury Point Senior Living Facility. They're old people, they're retired people. They worked their entire lives, scraped their fingers to the bone to save up and find a nice, quiet place in the community for them to live. And they have concerns over this development. Primarily, most of them had no idea it was happening until very recently. I did a little math on the way over here, and the notice of hearing was given on this on April 15th of this year. And the Planning Commission was held May 7th. That's just 3 short weeks in between those 2 times. And now we're on June 2nd. The total amount of time there is 49 days. 49 days that they've had to consider this with no outreach whatsoever from the applicant. Our firm does deals of this nature, and these don't happen overnight. They are in the development for months or even years sometimes. And it baffles me that in all that time, the developer couldn't find the time to walk across the street and gather these people together and say, hey, here's what we're doing. Here's how we think it's going to affect you. Here's how we think it's going to benefit you. Here's how it's going to benefit the community. Tell us what you think about it. That conversation never happened. There's a gentleman in the antechamber who found out about this project a week before the Planning Commission meeting, and he lives in this facility. He's just outside of that 500-foot radius where notice was given. He didn't know this was happening until a week before the Planning Commission meeting. It's not necessarily that they're opposed to this. I mean, they have their concerns, and they've addressed them as well as Melanie did earlier tonight. They're the same concerns. What are the traffic situation going to do? How is this going to be safe for the kids in the neighborhood? What is this going to do to our property values? Those concerns are the same concerns shared by the residents of Canterbury Point. But the difference is they have a special concern, and that is they're elderly folks. Many of these people don't even own computers. And we heard earlier this evening from the applicant that the efforts at outreach were, well, we tried to meet, and then we threw it online, and we said, there it is. The people I'm here speaking for tonight don't have access to that. They have as much access to that information as a lost Bedouin has to get a drink of water from a mirage in the desert. The illusion of it is there, but the reality on the ground is not the case. I don't see what's the hurry? These projects take time. Again, there was ample time for them to reach out. Let's let that time develop. Let's give these people the time to fully voice their concerns in a forum that's appropriate, not through technology and through a representative. Let them come here, speak to you face to face themselves. Give them access, because right now they haven't had that. They've been disenfranchised from this process through their age and through the fact that for 34 days of the 49 that they've had, we've been in the middle of the worst global pandemic in 100 years, and they've been under a stay-at-home order. And they are the most likely to be affected by the virus that's been going around. They are in the prime candidate of group of people who are at the highest risk. And they had a choice of putting their lives at risk or not speaking up. And many of them chose to not put their lives at risk. Let's give them the time and the access to properly address this council so that the decision can be made that's in the best interest of everyone. I mean, much of this land that we're looking at is a vacant lot. It's been there for hundreds of years. It can wait a little longer to really properly go through this process. Let them have the time to see what's happening. Let them give their full insight and let them be a part of this process, because to date they have not been, and they deserve to be. They're just as much citizens of this community as everybody else that's here, and they deserve to have their voices heard. And with that, I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration to this issue. This doesn't have to be voted on today. There was an issue tabled earlier. This can be tabled as well. Let's let this process play out a little longer.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Gary
Just,
Kinkle?
Make a mention in regard to the notice. The notice isn't any different than any other zoning change in our community. 500 feet, it doesn't go to 501 feet. It goes to 500 feet. There are so many days by law that we have to give notice. The notification was all handled properly. Welcome.
And Mr. Mayor, before the gentleman comes up, I'd just like to say that I'm exceptionally disappointed that the developer did not go out and have those meetings, because the developer and I had a meeting where I specifically told him that he really needed not to waste his time with me, but that he really should get out to that community and talk to those people that were surrounding the project. And you know, I assumed that that had taken place, and it's really, really unfortunate that it did not.
Thank you. We're not gonna have, here, we have a, look, we understand that during the pandemic and the outreach, but we're a little couple different issues here. City notification, standard, no different than any other notification. Kyle.
Mayor, members of the council, I'd just like to add that for our public hearing notice, it not only included the website, we actually did additional things on the website, but my phone number, like every other notice, and as far as for residents that I know of from Canterbury Point, I received a phone call a few times from a gentleman that was a resident. The bulk of the contacts that I received were electronically from residents. It was not like, but phone was available.
Mayor and Council, there was also a 4x8 yellow sign on the site.
Okay. All right. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing me. I am Gary Kinkle. I live at 1532 Savannah Drive, which is kind of across the road from Lowe's. And I'm not very knowledgeable about the process. I'm not really here to address the process, although I will say in all this material from Beacon, there's a good deal of contact information if anybody wanted to contact them. I'm really here more to address the substance of the issue, and I'm going to be as brief as I can. I'm going to pull this into just a very quick reference. And the reference is my dad, my dad was a teacher at Chaska High School across the river, a teacher and a coach for 40 years, and impacted countless lives. My dad's 86, and students still come back who are cancer researchers and physicians, lawyers, one congressperson. I myself have 2 master's degrees and a PhD, was a professor for a long time. My sister has a PhD as a biologist at the University of Minnesota and is world famous in her field, but none of that might have happened. When my dad was 7 years old and living in northern Minnesota, his dad died. His mom had a 6th grade education. They lost their house. They had really nowhere to go. But some local community leaders who were aware of what Franklin Roosevelt was doing connected them to some of Roosevelt's programs, which ended up allowing them to keep the family together because they were going to split the family apart and send the kids hither and yon. And the family was kept together. They had food. They found a place to live. They gave my dad a summer job all through high school. My dad became a teacher, and all of this stuff unfolded. But it happened because some leaders, Roosevelt and then filtering down some local leaders, had the courage to not let some kids just fall through the cracks. And my dad, still today, he's 86. When he's under pressure, really under stress, my dad has a recurring dream. And in his dream, he's a 7-year-old boy again walking down this sand road in Longville, Minnesota, the Norway pines right up to the edge of the road. And he's just thinking, my dad is dead. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And a big car pulls up in this dream. And the door opens, and sitting in the back seat is Franklin Roosevelt. And he reaches out his hand in the dream and he says, "Climb in here, son. I am going to help you. I am going to lift you out." Among the families whom Prairie Point will serve are kids just like that, potential future teachers, scientists, scholars, leaders. And to lose one of those kids is too many. It's too many. And I beg you, in your deliberating, to believe that children are more important than money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Scott Larson. I'm the pastor at First Presbyterian Church at 909 Marshall Road, just up the street from here. Thank you, Mayor Mars and council members, for allowing us to speak here today. I'm here today as the pastor of the oldest church in Shakopee. And in that church, our members are elder members of our community who have taught in schools and ran the businesses in our city. And when I started here at this church at the beginning of the year, I was very pleasantly surprised to find out that they had already pledged $5,000 to Beacon for the Prairie Point development, in support of the Prairie Point development. And the ruling elders of the church voted to ask the pastor to speak on behalf of them in public venues such as this. So I come to you today as a pastor to speak in favor of this proposal with the support of my congregation, who are elder members of this congregation, or of this community, who are not here because of the pandemic, so I'm here to speak for them. Hospitality, dignity, and grace are woven into our spiritual tradition, and they're common ground in all faith traditions. They are the higher values that call us to set aside fear and division and to aspire to a community that includes all who want the best for their families, regardless of their current financial situation. And there is no time more critical for their families now to move forward with a project like this. The question is, what's the hurry? Well, there are people out in the streets who are sleeping in cars. I worked with a congregation who was participating in Families Moving Forward, which is another project with Beacon. And there were children sleeping in large rooms in churches. And where are they going to play? How about we ask, where are they going to live? If you approve this proposal, you will make it possible for 46 families to have a stable home. You will make it possible for 46 families to have better health. You will make it possible for 46 families to do better, for the children to do better in school because they have a stable home. I am honored to serve as pastor with people who have such big hearts and care so much for their neighbors. And I know that this project represents their finest values and the finest values of this community as well. I know that this community is a welcoming community. This community is a place where the children who live at Prairie Point will be able to play safely and they'll be able to do well in school. I know that this community is up to this because in the very short time that I've been the pastor at this church, getting to know them for about a month and a half before everybody going into quarantine and getting to know them better through Zoom. If their hearts are anything like, or if the rest of the community's hearts are anything like those of the people in my church, then I am really excited about these children that are going to be able to grow up in this community. Thank you for your careful consideration of this opportunity, and may grace and peace be with you as you work for a Shakopee where all are able to grow and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Father Eric Lundgren from the Parish of Saints Joachim and Anne, which is the three Catholic churches in the Shakopee area. St. Mark's is in the steeple in the middle of the Shakopee logo, which is cool there. And Shakopee Area Catholic School, about 600 students in the school, and about 2,500 families, more or less, in our parish. So again, it's the Parish of Saints Joachim and Anne, Santos Joaquin de Ana, and we have a Spanish-speaking community as well. I mainly just wanted to express my support for this initiative. I think it's a beautiful opportunity for the people of Shakopee and for the community as a whole to represent the best of Shakopee, that welcoming spirit. And one of the thoughts that I had, I mentioned it a little bit with the previous group that I was able to address here about a month ago, but that people who end up becoming heroes, who end up becoming, the people we look up to are usually those who overcome the greatest odds. And, a lot of these kids, a lot of these families are families who they need that new platform to relaunch their life. And they've got that desire. It's the type of people that want to advance, that want to really have that second chance and take advantage of it. So, we got like the Amazon distribution center, and that distributes a bunch of stuff that's awesome. But this is kind of like, think of it as like a hero distribution center. Like, you got kids who we have the blessing, the opportunity to welcome them into our community and then watch them grow and do whatever is needed to help them succeed. And so I really wanted to thank all of you for your time as well. I realize you've been here as long as the rest of us. And, having got to see the Pope a few times, you are like as popular as the Pope. Like, I've waited longer to come and talk to you than the Pope a few times. But I'm not complaining. It's good. And so thank you very much for that. And again, I represent a very large number of Catholics in the community. And I know it's a challenging position to be in, to sit in any seat like this and have to make these decisions. So know my prayers that you would have wisdom and make the right decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Father.
Yeah, in Matthew chapter 25, if you want to know why, oh yeah, that was my other point. They're like, Catholics, we're all over the place on stuff that we, there's a billion plus, but really, it's one of those things where there's a lot of folks who'll be like, well, we might not like how our life would change in serving the poor, but at the end of the day, well, it's not about that. It's not about my comfort. It's about what's the right thing to do. So Matthew 25, if you're into the book. And
Peace be with you.
And also with you. Thank you. And with your spirit. We changed that a little while ago.
Thank you. Next speaker, welcome. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Justin Lewandowski, reading for Monica Summer, the homeless liaison officer at Shakopee Public Schools, 1200 Town Square. To the Honorable Mayor Bill Mars and Shakopee City Council members, I am writing today to ask for your support, the approval of Prairie Point Affordable Housing Development in Shakopee. As the homeless liaison for Shakopee Public Schools, I can directly speak to the need for affordable housing in Shakopee. In the Shakopee Public Schools, we currently have identified 80 families experiencing homelessness. Many of our families are doubled up as a result of losing their housing due to financial hardship or due to an inability to come up with the financial requirements necessary to rent or buy something of their own. We know that relationships and school stability matter when it comes to learning and academic success for our students. We work very hard to ensure that our students experiencing housing instability remain stable in their schooling. As a result, we have several school-aged children riding over 45 minutes by bus to and from school every day. Obviously, this is taxing on our students as they spend an hour and a half a day just getting to and from our schools. When talking with one of the current families experiencing homelessness, they said, "We would love to be in Shakopee. Shakopee is our home, but we can't afford to live anywhere in Shakopee, so we have been forced to find housing in other communities. Our ultimate goal is to be back in Shakopee. We have searched for affordable housing options in Shakopee, and there just aren't any available. The benefits of approving Prairie Point would ensure that more Shakopee families can find homes within the community, that children can maintain the relationships that they have built within their school communities, and that more families will be able to participate fully in great offerings to the city of Shakopee. Thank you so much for your consideration. Sincerely, Monica Summer, Homeless Liaison, Shakopee Public Schools." I would also like to give you these documents.
Okay.
Those are all the content that was handed out to the residents in the city mandated area that we need to comment. I'd like to note that there are over 10 emails and 10 phone numbers for people to call for comments to get a hold of Beacon, recognizing that it was difficult to get out to reach the community. We had 3 door knocks scheduled. Our first was actually the weekend the governor closed down the state. So we, in the protection of not only our volunteers and congregants, decided that we would send out as many phone numbers as we could. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor. I'm Kelly Callahan Enninga. I do reside on Greenway Avenue. For the safety, my safety and the safety of my family, I'm not going to give my address due to my current occupation, which is a 911 dispatch supervisor with the city of Minneapolis. As of recently, it's been a real trying week. I've had death threats against me and my family. I've had concerns even making it to work, getting home from work. I served as 21 years as a dispatcher in Scott County. I can count on one hand how many calls I received requesting assistance for homeless. It wasn't very many. I really don't feel that something like this is a good place for this. I have concerns because of the location. I have concerns about the location. I don't want to be that person that hits a child that comes out of this parking lot and riding a bike. I don't want to be that person that hits a child that goes running after a ball. There's not proper places for these children to play. This is not, we don't have 46 homeless people in Shakopee. So are you bringing them from inner city? We are a suburb. I've lived here my whole entire life. Let's keep it a suburb. We are not inner city. Not inner city. Father Eric's talking, I'm Catholic, I'm a Christian too. I think a place of worship, and I think this is needed, but this is not the place. Give them the land, give them the place that they need and the kids so they can enjoy and be a child and not have to worry about this. If you guys want to build it, fine, build it. But then all I ask is these homes are homes that face there, that you guys, either Beacon or the city, put up a large wall to separate. Why should the homeowners have that expense? I also was a single parent. Okay? I worked nights, weekends, holidays. Single parent of 2 kids, guess what? I worked, and I worked hard to provide food and a place for my family. I didn't have assistance because I had a job. I was refused. I had no money. I had no money to put gas in my car to get to work. I was refused by the city any kind of assistance for food or anything. I made it work. We are one of the largest taxed people in the state. And we need to focus on these people. Why are they homeless? The majority of the people that are homeless have mental illnesses. Let's focus on that. Let's spend the money on that and find out and get them the help that they need prior to this. Talking to Councilmember Whiting on the phone, he said, what about the man that came out after 30-some years of being over in Carver County? His choice. He came out and he got the resources and the help he needed. It's his choice. A lot of these, it's their choice. And I see this. Let's focus on the mental disabilities of these people. Let's address that. Let's take care of that before it gets to this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome, and thanks for being patient.
Mayor Mars, council members, my name is Ramona Fennern. I live at 1636 Parkway Avenue, about a block away from the current Knights of Columbus location, where Beacon is planning to, would like to build. I spoke at the Planning Commission as well and voiced my concern over the size of the Beacon housing unit as it's planned. It's a 42-foot building with no less than 20 feet from my 3 neighbors' property line. As you can see, we have a neighborhood that's a little bit emotional. I'm going to just try to reiterate some facts. I agree with what Melanie had stated earlier and the lawyer for Canterbury Point stated as well. And while the intent is noble, Beacon's intent is very noble, and we will not argue that this type of housing is needed. We as a small neighborhood in Shakopee are now surrounded by many, many multi-level units. All of the development that's going on by Canterbury. So we're concerned that yet another high-rise, multi-level high-rise is yet again sprouting up. I'm trying to keep this more at, this is the building that we are more concerned about than the content of the building or even the mission of the building. It's the building that we are opposed. We are surrounded with yet another multi-level. We can't help but wonder why it has to be built in this particular area. We don't have a lot of conveniently located shopping available for families who lack transportation on this end of town. There's no corner grocery stores, there's no drugstores or stores that offer necessities within a close walking distance. And I will argue that there's very good employment opportunities in spite of the lack of shopping. So I'm open. The other units in this area of town have similar transitional landscapes, including ponds, walking paths, streets, and sidewalks that separate the development from the existing housing, the single-family housing. This particular development does not offer anything consistent in what the high-rises are. If you go and look in the area, you're going to see streets separating single-family homes, you're going to see walking paths, you're going to see ponds, you're going to see a diversion channel, those types of things. Beacon does not have that available to separate the single unit families that are right there. We appreciate the support of the other Shakopee residents, the faith community for this particular development, but none of you live in this neighborhood. You're not the 3 individuals who are specifically right there. You're not Canterbury Point that lives across the street. Unfortunately for Beacon, they weren't able to garner the support of anybody living in the general vicinity due to COVID-19 restrictions that were placed on the community at the same time that they planned their open house event. This has caused many of the neighbors to be unenthused by a development that, had it been presented to us with an ability for input, we might not even be here this evening. The developer plans presented fail to show the neighboring homes and how they're affected. There's not, Melanie did kind of show what it might have looked like, a very tall building next to some shorter split entry homes. The plans only show a very nice building, and Beacon has a good mission, and there's no denying that this type of housing isn't needed. However, we feel this is really not a good location. My main concern is the fact that it's a 42-foot building, 20 feet from my neighbor's backyard, and will definitely, and could lower the value of their property, which has been addressed. We all have a story. We all have challenges. Many of us may have come from disadvantaged homes. I was one of those. I was 18 years old when I had my first child. I worked my butt off to go to school, very hard. That child, when he was 32 years old, died. He left a wife and a 4-year-old daughter at the time. This was 4 years ago. My daughter-in-law and my granddaughter live in Eagle Creek Townhomes, not too far. We spend an enormous amount of time helping the two of them out as a family. This is not a building. This is not the type of housing that Jen and Leah qualify for. Jen works full-time and she works very hard. But as a widow, knowing Jen and Leah's circumstances, we understand that things happen. We also know that as family, we are very fortunate to be able to be there for them, that should they have to, if they could no longer afford their rent, they would be able to live with us until she was able to find a point. We are very fortunate in that aspect. But I really want to stick to the fact that this is a building that really isn't conducive to the rest of our neighborhood. And my heart does go out to those families who are single-parent families, who struggle, are homeless. You know, during this whole pandemic, many people have lost their jobs. Just about everybody is one paycheck away from homelessness. So this is, you know, this could happen. And so we do not want to, anybody out there, the faith community, my own church, we do not want you to think that we are snobs. However, we just, again, it's just the building. We just do not feel that it's very conducive to our neighborhood. And that's all that we ask in consideration, that you think about a 42-foot building 20 feet from your backyard.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Don't mind if I take this off?
Go ahead.
We're glad you're here. Thanks for being patient.
Thank you, Your Honorable Mayor and council members. Thanks for listening to me for not 10 minutes, maybe just a couple minutes, okay? My name is Bert Noterman, and I live in Shakopee out on 78th Street, and I've been almost a lifelong member of Shakopee, lived here over 70 years. And I feel for the people that live next to it, you know, they're worried about what, who, what, where, and why, where, and how, you know, because they don't know. I had that same experience myself a couple times. My dad decided to build a house right next to the formatory on 6th Avenue, 6th and Adams. And it was a little scary, you know, a prison, bunch of women, you know, didn't know if they were killing people or what, you know, at a young age. And then at the same time, they had right next to it, right next to our house, they had a home for children, you know, with handicaps and problems. And I learned to really appreciate and respect people that have problems. And I saw it there with the kids, you know, having problems physically and mentally, and I saw it with the prisoners. And over the years, we figured it out, well, they're just like everybody else. They're humans. They want to live, they want to be a part of society, and that's the way it is. So, and then now I live out on 78th Street, and kitty corner from my house, in the back of my house, they wanted to put up a home for boys. And there were some of the neighbors were worried about it, and I wasn't really, because I knew it was a Christian-based group home, and I said, oh, that should be no problem. And basically, there wasn't hardly, once in a while a kid would run away from it, but there really wasn't any problems. And my parents' home actually is a group home, so I'm kind of happy about that, that we have those type of things in our community. Bonnie and I have been financial supporters of Beacon for several years, and we're impressed with the program. And some of the people that are living right next to it, I probably know them, and maybe they're mad that I'm talking, but I'm just talking from my heart and what I really think we need to do. Many people, especially nowadays, are stumbling to get back on their feet. They need a break. It's all about a job. It's all about food on the table for their kids or a place that they can be living in. So Bacon strives to do these things to help these people that are less fortunate than you and the rest of us. A critical service that we need in this town is something like this. I don't even know if we have one in the county, but we definitely need one. I've seen it work, and this isn't a home where they're just throwing a bunch of people in from everywhere and anywhere and let them go. They're there to help them find a job, to feed their family, and to be clothed. So we need to provide these people that are homeless or have some bad luck. Most of the recipients of Beacon blend into communities and be contributing members of the society. Beacon projects in other communities have been well received by the neighbors, and that have been built around them. So, the unknown, well, if some of the people would talk to these other places, they'll understand. It's a great project, and we shouldn't overreact, and we need to have this project in Shakopee, and I hope that you will approve this project because I think it's a worthwhile project. Thank you.
Thank you. We're trying to tie this up here a little bit. We've taken well over an hour of testimony, both for and against. So we have one more, is that it? That's it. There's a lot of passion with everybody that spoke, including all the emails and phone calls. I do appreciate that. I guess is the Beacon representative still here? Just a couple of questions, and I know we talked about this in the past when we had met. Want to know directly if this were to be approved, and if there was a problem renter, problem family, what is your plan?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So Beacon works with professional property management companies. We don't do our own management. We hire that out so we get the best of the best. And we own more than 600 units around the Twin Cities. There are occasionally issues. We're responsive. Residents have a lease. If they're in violation of their lease, depending on the circumstance, some issues are immediate grounds for eviction action. Some may have some extenuating circumstances, and what they need is support to maintain their housing. We, our mission, our vision, our goal in life is to end homelessness.
Have you ever removed a member?
Absolutely.
All right. Given the hour, given the amount of outpouring of discussion, you are the applicant. Would there be an opportunity to table this to have a community meeting with the neighbors?
So it would be very challenging to have a community meeting under these circumstances.
We all face a lot of challenges.
Yeah, we've heard a lot from folks, and folks have had a lot of chances to provide input and learn about the development. If we sat down with neighbors, I'm not sure what else we would hear. Probably more questions and concerns about why are we doing this to them? Why can't we just go away? We've had, for the residents that have reached out, especially Melanie, had really good conversations to try to make improvements. Folks have had that opportunity to reach out. You know, I know they know how to dial a phone number. I don't want to be glib, and I understand this is it's a tough decision, but I just don't know what will be gained by pausing. We have a funding application coming up with Minnesota Housing. I want to be through a process and have a land use approval for that. If we don't have that, the agency will look at it and say, come back next year.
Thank you.
It's your decision, Mayor, Council. Those are my thoughts on the topic.
All right. We're kind of trying to move along here. I value your input. We wanted to make sure that we heard from everybody. We wanted to hear from the applicant.
It was just that not everybody received that phone number. It was just a few houses.
I want to make sure that we all understand that the proper notice went out to the addresses within 500 feet. I own a home over by Hy-Vee. That whole project went on. I live 100 or 510 feet away. The only reason I knew about it is because I sit on the city council, but I didn't get a notice. Boy, couldn't they go another 10 feet and I could have gotten a paper copy? No. I believe the city followed what they did. There was outreach opportunity with Beacon, an opportunity. We are in a pandemic. We have projects in front of us that at times need action, and developers all over, project in the pipeline, some of those are going away before they even get to the council, right, or the planning commission because of the economy. So, but let's see what the council has. Questions, comments? Councilor Lehman?
Thank you, Mayor. First, it's not really about the use. Others have said it pretty well that it's a noble cause that Beacon's undertaking. The issue is the building and does it fit the neighborhood? And if it doesn't, what do we do to make it fit the neighborhood? We haven't had that conversation. It doesn't sound like Beacon's interested in having that conversation with us or the neighborhood, which is unfortunate. I think some unity could probably be built with our immediate constituents that live on both sides of this proposed project. The COVID situation certainly doesn't help that. I think it's disingenuous to haphazardly move forward divided instead of trying to build unity. If that's their wish to move forward divided, so be it. But the issue to me is, how do we make a building fit on this site to the surrounding uses without harming the surrounding uses? And granted, you know, a 40-some foot building 20 feet off your property line of a single family house is a pretty substantial change, and there is no transition between the two uses. There's a lot of other questions going with the use of the property, but I don't think that's really the question. The question really is the building fitting within the surrounding neighborhood. And is the proposed use an improvement to the underlying land use of B1? That's really the question.
Well,
so
I understand that, but you know, the B1, you could have a bigger, more dense building. The 20 feet buffer, the 20 feet side yard setback is the same. You have a use that's not in use in the KC Hall. Those days are gone. You could have a B1 business that could be a bar, a big bar. They could tear down the building, build a big bar. Be open till 2 p.m. Careful what you wish for. And I say that try to be a positive person here. I remember years ago, before this council, was a automotive center that was going to be down the line off of 4th Avenue. They were going to have 10 bays. Councilmember Lehman, you remember that.
State trucking.
It didn't fit. It was gonna be a truck center. We don't want that. 10 years later, we have Amazon and we have Duke Realty buildings with how many semis in front? We had that land that was all buffered. I get where the residents are. I believe property values would go up. I've walked the property line. There's a pretty good, the residents have it pretty good where there's a big berm and a lot of trees. Otherwise, you get the small trees and you gotta wait for 20 years for those trees to grow up. Yep.
Brendan, I think Jody had a.
Who?
Jody, did you have a question?
Did you have a comment?
Oh, okay. I can go ahead then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, one of our longtime goals as a city has been that life cycle housing, and we've kind of changed that name because affordable housing has this stigma about it, and we want housing for everybody that lives in the community, from the senior living centers to single-family homes to others, and that's kind of one of our goals. And as far as homeless in our city, the one woman talked about not seeing homeless. They're here, and you don't see them. I've been working with Loaves and Fishes for over 20 years, and now more recently in Shakopee, and they're here. They're here, folks. And in my life, I've experienced something close to homelessness, which is, you know, having to go stay with somebody else, sleeping on their couch, which is a form of homelessness. I had a support network. I had family and friends I could rely on. Other people don't have that. Other people are living out of their car or jumping from couch to couch. So I know it's here. As far as the zoning part and the transition, to me, from single family to an apartment building is a better transition than single family to an Amazon. And to me, this whole area has been screwed up for many years, and actually now it's moving more towards a transition. Maybe not in the book format, but I would think that we could do a fence, not an 8 or 10 foot fence, but one that falls within the guidelines of city code. I think we could require the developer to do that. One of the letters, we got a lot of letters, a lot for, some against, was from, the gentleman mentioned, Miss Summer, I believe, from the school district, and is the homeless liaison to the kids in school. And we know the kids are there, and we know that we need to help to give these kids a chance, and it was expressed quite a bit. Give these kids a chance to have a home. It was talked about no space to play. Right now, if they're living out of their car, they don't have a space to play, and this is so much of a step up. I mean, talking about looking out your window and looking at an apartment, these kids don't have a window to look out of, so they're gonna be looking out and finally getting a chance to look out a window. The current employment situation is gonna create more of a need for this. The current COVID situation is a situation that's difficult with the notification process. I understand. I agree with the developer. I don't think anything would be gained by pushing this out any longer. And I can make a motion, but I'd wait for other comment, I think.
I do. I'll make a comment. I like the fact that the staff brought up the Henderson earlier in the presentation, and I know that the Henderson down on 6th and Somerville, I believe that is, was a concern of the neighbors because of the size. It does go right up against single-family homes. But I live right there. I live right in that community, and I think it's been a benefit to the community, and the size of that building has not really been a detriment at all to the neighborhood. So I think that this is an appropriate size building for this property. I also want to, and I know that tonight we're here to talk about the building, but I also want to talk about this little girl. I was helping the shop with the cops, and I was helping this little girl shop for her family. and she was Christmas shopping, and she was so excited, and she bought a present. And I made a comment about, oh, you can take this to your home and you can hang it up on your door of your bedroom. And she said, I don't have a bedroom. And it was so poignant because I just made that assumption. That girl had a bedroom, and she just said, I don't have a bedroom. And I live in a hotel with my family. So I think this is a great opportunity to make changes in this girl's life. And you are correct, Jay. This is in the communities, and it is in our schools, and we need to make an effort to make a change in people's lives. So this is about a building. So I would like to make the motion to adopt resolution number R 2020-077, a resolution approving the preliminary and final plat of Prairie Point.
I have a motion and a second for Council Whiting for the preliminary and final plat. Do these have any order to them? Are they in the right order? You need to do the plat first because you can't. Do the plat first? All right. Motion on the table for the preliminary and final plat. Discussion? 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 By voice vote, Mr. Reynolds?
Counselor Lehman.
Negative.
Counselor Whiting.
Aye.
Counselor Brennan.
Aye.
Counselor Contreras.
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. That motion passes 4-1. Is another motion?
Mayor,
Council Brennan?
I would like to make a motion to adopt ordinance number 02020-005, an ordinance approving the rezoning of the area of proposed Lot 2, Block 1, Prairie Point from B1 Highway Business to PUD zoning.
Second, Contreras.
I have a motion and a second by Councilor Contreras. Further discussion? I will say that with this rezoning on this aspect from Highway B1, which there's some uses there that I think that you wouldn't want near single-family homes, to a PUD zoning application here, that it's a known entity. And I think actually the impact will become a betterment of the neighborhood actually than a detractor if you give it time. Motion on the table and a second. Councilor Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's unfortunate that the designer of the building and the surrounding properties didn't have the opportunity to work together to put together a building that would be amenable to everybody in the area and have a united project.
So further discussion? Discussion by voice vote. Mr. Reynolds?
Counselor Lehman.
Negative.
Counselor Whiting.
Aye.
Counselor Contreras.
Aye.
Counselor Brennan.
Aye.
And Mayor Mars.
Aye. There's another motion. Councilor Contreras?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2020-006, an ordinance approving the Prairie Point Plan Unit development.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Councilor Whiting. Further discussion? Discussion in regard to the planned unit development. I know that, you know, we're in a pandemic and the events in the last week, 30 million people are out of work. We talk about having an inclusive community and equity. We're finding out a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck. And I think we have to all learn to respect each other. It's about the passion, about the dignity, and certainly about the opportunity. I have received more input on this project than I've received on any other project in my community. And I've been active in our community since 1990. It's there, whether you're for or against it. I encourage those that are opposed to take an opportunity to learn more and let it grow. When you have change, it's difficult, but I've always said if the change, if you wait like 5 years, seems like a long time, but Shakopee has grown a lot, and there's been a lot of impacts in our community of all different types. Yet, you look at it now, the town of 42,000, and it's still got a small town feel. It still comes together, even as we grow, and that's with single family housing. We even have some affordable units now, big apartment buildings that we haven't had in 20 plus years. So I do ask that you give this opportunity, if this passes, to let it grow into the community and grow into your neighborhood. Those are my comments. Councilor Lehman?
Thank you, Mayor. Now is the time to add anything to this PUD that this council thinks is appropriate. There was discussion of a fence on between the residents and on the south side. There was discussion about fencing in the playground area. If there's any other changes that you want, now is the time to do it in this motion.
Right. So the motion maker, Councilor
Mayor?
Contreras?
I would like to add a fence around in the play area. That is very important. I would like, I don't know, Jody, would you like to add on the 20 feet, what is it, the property line for?
Yeah. I think that's very important.
A fence, or should the trees, what do you suggest?
I would like to see a fence.
Okay, so fence around the playground and fence on the property line of the neighbors of.
On the south side.
On the south side.
South side.
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
So 2 amendments, friendly amendments. Okay. The what?
6 foot. Yeah, within the realms of the current
Yeah.
fence policy.
So we're talking about the height of the fence, standard 6 foot, chain link, plastic. Huh?
Privacy.
All right, whatever.
Privacy fence.
In just a minute, Matt. So is that okay to the motion maker?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
Mayor.
the second?
Yes.
Councilor Lehman?
Well, I think around the playground, we're talking about a standard chain link to keep the balls and stuff in, and so kids don't run out in the parking lot. And then on the south property side would be a privacy fence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
So 2 friendly amendments to the ordinance. Anything else? Further discussion?
Do we want to add anything on plantings on the south side? I guess I'd defer to Ms. Brennan on that.
Standard landscaping, they meet that?
I think, I believe it was,
We would ask that they work with the adjacent property owners on placement.
Right.
And still comply with the landscaping requirements, and as far as have a minimum of the quantities that they proposed on their.
And a combination of evergreens and regular leaf trees?
Currently, it's all evergreens, but they.
Evergreen, yeah. That area is pretty well bermed. I was on the ground there 2 weeks ago and walked the property line. I also drove by the houses, and you guys should be pretty proud of your landscaping because it's very mature. You guys have a berm and a fence. Sometimes when these uses come together on that, you don't have that, and you have to wait. So that's pretty good. Couple amendments on here. Further discussion? Seeing none, by voice vote, Mr. Reynolds?
Counselor Lehman,
Are we voting on the amendments or on the amendments and the PUD?
They were friendly amendments and included in the original
Okay,
motion.
okay, negative.
Counselor Whiting,
Aye.
Counselor Contreras,
Aye.
Counselor Brennan,
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you, staff.
Mr. Mayor, before we go into item 9B3, I just wanted to let you know, because of the importance of 9C1, which was a 45-minute presentation, we have decided to move that to a later date. It is a very important,
Yes, yes.
so
9C1 is going to move?
9C1 we're going to pull and we'll reschedule.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's try to forge ahead here then. 9B3, Small Business Relief Program. Michael?
Mayor and council, this is in some anticipation that the state will approve spending of CARES Act money and pass it down to the cities for this program. So it is 100% dependent on us receiving approval to spend the money in that fashion. I did see some correspondence with the city administrator today that we could also add sole proprietorships to the list of businesses if they would provide us with 2 years of financial statements from an accountant.
If we can add what?
If we would, under the list of applicable businesses in the resolution, we could also add sole proprietorships if they provide us with 2 years
2
of
years.
financial statements
All right.
from an accountant.
And just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, members of council, if this would only be effective if we have CARES Act funding that we cannot spend anywhere else under the program. We would then seek to put it into this and then allow it to be used in the community.
So we're getting prepared for something that may happen or may not.
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. Counselor Lehman?
Thank you, Mayor. I asked and worked with staff about the sole proprietor proposal and the possible 2-year of accountant information, but I also specifically asked that the business have a facility in Shakopee, that it's not a business that doesn't have a actual physical facility in town. And I'm not asking for my own benefit. I'm not seeking any assistance. I just know that there's other sole proprietors out there that might need assistance.
Michael?
Mayor and council, I believe the first part of that resolution says the business has to be located in Shakopee.
Yep. Yep, I read that.
Well, I don't want them to have a P.O. box in Shakopee and qualify. I think we're looking at the actual structure.
No, they have to already be here. They have to have a physical presence. They have to have one employee. They have to show true losses.
Mayor and council, if they were a sole proprietorship, they wouldn't have one employee. They would be the only employee.
They would be the one employee, okay. Did you get that, Matt?
Yes, sir. I think this is a great program.
Well, we'll see. Any other comments to staff about this? Otherwise, you want to make a motion, Counselor Lehman?
You make me dig out my paperwork. I'll make a motion to approve the small business relief package as presented with modification.
Okay.
With the modification.
Do you want the number?
Yep.
I'll second that with the friendly amendment of noting the resolution number of R2020-076, creating a small business relief program, subject to the availability of the CARE funds and funding approval by the state of Minnesota.
I can accept that, understanding that we've amended that.
Yes.
Yep. So I have a motion and a second with an amendment in regard to sole proprietorship, presence in the town. Further discussion? Discussion by voice vote. Mr. Reynolds?
Counselor Lehman.
Aye.
Counselor Whiting.
Aye.
Counselor Contreras.
She said aye.
Aye.
Counselor Brennan.
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. Motion passes, thank you. 9.4B, allow temporary closure of First Avenue between Lewis and Holmes. Michael?
Mayor and Council, Andy's putting the map up for us, but we've had to modify it slightly since this package went out. But basically, we'd be closing First Avenue just at about River City Center. That covers the businesses that can serve food and alcohol in that block and allows access in and out of River City Center. And also the bakery may be getting redeveloped and they need access to that building. So the barricade would be just before that. And since we sent this out, the Pullman Club also came in. You'll notice there's a small additional barricade there. They would use the front of their building for additional space. And then Pablo's, which is in that corner, would be using a couple of spaces in front of theirs. And the city administrator has worked really hard to get this out to help these businesses who I think had a really tough time right now. And I think this is a huge step in the right direction. And I think Brian Turtle from Turtles has been working hard to put this together.
Questions of staff?
I have a question.
Yes,
Have the businesses been notified in the area as well as the property, the residents in the area?
Mayor and Council, the Public Works Department did put out signage that those streets would be closed, and also there was an article in the Shakopee Valley News, and we will also be getting information out if this gets approved.
Counselor Lehman?
Has anybody approached, is it Babe's Place? That's what it's called?
Mayor and Council, I've been working with Mary Isaacson. We had a discussion about closing the alley. She's using a private alley, and she's using the back of her property, and she said that she's all set.
Right.
Okay. Pullman is using their own parking lot?
Mayor and Council, Pullman will be using the front of their parking spaces so that people can access their parking lot and also get out of that block.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion, Counselor Whiting?
Just a comment. We have some, pretty, I just want to use a little discretion on enforcement, except for the sidewalks and things. I think that these are going to be kind of floating issues until they kind of fit into the space. I don't want to block anybody, but I don't also want to come down with a big hammer either. So just a little discretion there. And the other question was about Babes, but it sounds like they have it taken care of.
Motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to.
Excuse me, there was an error in the resolution. We need to change the date to July 8th, not July. I believe it was July 2nd in there.
July
8th. So that way it could come back to you if we need to extend this.
All right.
Okay.
So now the resolution will go to July 8th.
So,
and the motion maker?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution R 2020-074, approving the temporary closure of First Avenue East between Lewis and Holmes Streets and allowing the temporary suspension of City Ordinance 114.11A for various restaurants and bars to serve in a public right-of-way or in parking spaces, and approval of the certain extension of the premises. Also noting that the length of this goes till June, what did you say the date was, July 8th?
Well, the city administrator might want to change that. Do you want to change that?
Well, I've just been having a conversation with staff. We have an open-ended declaration of emergency. We do not know when this is going to end. We do not know when the governor is going to give these businesses the opportunity to reopen. We can always claw this back. I would not have an expiration date. I would leave it open-ended until the governor or the city council or the city administrator makes a determination that the state of emergency is over.
I agree with that statement, and I would remove that part of having a date.
Now your motion is going to be no expiration.
No expiration date, yes.
All right. So we
Thank you
have
for
a
that.
resolution with no expiration date. I'm looking for a second. Counselor Lehman?
So let me understand this. We're gonna do this as a permanent thing with no expiration.
No,
and
sir.
The expiration is going to be based on the declared emergency.
The expiration can be any time you the city administrator or the governor essentially determines the emergency is over. The key is opposed to bringing it back every month for you to review, we can plug it in just like we have everything else we've been doing up to this point, and make a determination. At some point, this will be over. At some point, the governor's going to say, you can now use your full facilities. When that happens, that would seem to me would be the time when you would want to take this away. It's not permanent. It is simply until that occurs.
Mr. Mayor.
Or until the council or the city administrator determines it needs to be removed.
Mayor, I'm just a little reluctant to just leave it open-ended because you're not really telegraphing to the general public or the businesses that this is going to go away at some point. And it's going to be awful hard to pull it back. So we need to tie it somehow to the COVID issue and the emergency declaration.
It's it would fall under the emergency declaration, which,
I think Mr. Thompson has something.
and then it's a council decision.
Well, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Perhaps the easiest thing would be just, I'm looking at paragraph 13 in the resolution. As it says, this expires on July 3rd, 2020 or earlier if revoked by the city administrator if state regulations are revised. As I'm getting the sense that what Councilmember Lehman is saying, this authority expires when the declaration of a local emergency in the city is rescinded, because that will have to be, at some point, it will have to come back for the council just to be safe to have that rescinded. If you recall correctly, the mayor did a declaration of an emergency, the council extended it, if my recollection is correct. So perhaps that's the best way to do this, is it will expire when the city council rescinds the local emergency.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so man, we got a little, Mr. Reynolds.
What my only concern with that is if the governor says that restaurants can then be fully used, but does not revoke the state of emergency for other reasons, then we have both. So
that's Mr. Mayor, that's a valid point. That's a good point, because he could modify his executive order, but the state of emergency still be there.
Right.
So that's a good point. So maybe that's a better way to word that paragraph, the expiration date.
All right, back to an expiration date.
So it would be expiring upon the governor's actions to allow full use.
I would say restaurants to fully open.
Perfect.
All right.
Or
Whiting.
I would agree with that, or otherwise by the council, for any other reason. But there may be a reason after the emergency where we think it's really cool and want to leave it open too. But so yeah, I would accept that verbiage.
I have a motion on the table. I don't know if I ever got a second.
Second.
I have a second by Councilor Lehman. Further discussion. I want to thank staff for their expedient effort and time on this to help our local businesses. Further discussion by voice vote. Mr. Reynolds?
Councilor Lehman.
Aye.
Councilor Whiting.
Aye.
Councilor Contreras.
Aye.
Councilor Brennan.
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving ahead then,
Mr. Mayor.
9C1 is being pulled from the agenda. It will be at a later date. We have one other item that there is going to be no action. It will be just a presentation.
Is it something that...
It's after 11 o'clock.
Is it something we need to see right tonight?
Made him sit here all night.
You're right. Go ahead. Let's get this done.
Thank you.
Thank
Welcome.
Kirby. Yeah.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome, Kirby.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
For those who don't know me or may be listening in, my name is Kirby Templin. I'm the water resources engineer here for the city. I'll make it's a relatively short presentation, but the presentation's on Quarry Lake and the water level that's rising out there and the management plan that we've completed. Just to give a quick update on that. A little bit background on this, on Quarry Lake is it's a old limestone aggregate quarry mine that started in the late 1950s. The mining ended in the late 1990s. After that, there were some environmental studies and reviews that were done, and in 2005, the city purchased the property. What's typical with quarries is when they close down, they don't get filled in, and they often become large man-made lakes. And similar in this case, in other cases, as they're closed down, groundwater starts to fill and rise those up, and it can take some time for that to equalize. Currently, Quarry Lake is a landlocked lake. There is no outlet to it, so currently any water that flows into it doesn't leave until it would reach like an overland outlet.
Kirby, isn't it right next to the channel, though?
It is, and I'll have some interesting information on that here in a slide or two. In the last 5 years, the water had risen about 3.5 feet. And then in 2016, there were some park improvements made around Quarry Lake. In 2019, the water level had risen to a point where it started to inundate park infrastructure. And then also there's some future improvements planned for around the lake. So water level study was needed to help plan for those future improvements. This slide here just shows a couple pictures that I had taken, one in 2018 and then 2019, just a reference to show that water level is rising. This was, I think, about a little over a foot rise just in that 1 year. This next reference point is by the Ski Association boat landing. Again, you can see that white barrel, and then that where they park their trailers, those are similar locations. You can see how much it had come up just in the 1 year. So 2019, it started to inundate park infrastructure. It's a landlocked lake, so there's no outlet. We needed some time to be able to do a water level management plan. So the lake was pumped down. Took approximately 2 months, September and October of last year, that it was pumping. There was about 100 million gallons were pumped out of the lake, and it was drawn down about 2 feet. During that time, there was more rain and then groundwater flowing into the lake as well. Last year was the wettest year on record. Typically, on average, we get about 30 inches of rain. Last year, I think it was about 44 inches of rain. So it was a substantial amount. The cost to pump is estimated at about $55,000. That includes labor, equipment, and fuel costs. And so we wanted to do the water level management plan to look at a permanent outlet system for the lake. We hired WSB to help us with that and complete the study. So part of this study was to look at sources of what's contributing to this water level rising, help us better understand that. There is a visual element that we can see. It's seep along the Prior Lake Outlet Channel on the southwest corner of Quarry Lake. There's actually water that seeps out of the hill and then flows into Quarry Lake, so that's one element. And then the primary contributor that was identified through the study was actually just through groundwater, through like the bottom of the lake itself. In talking to fire staff, they have actually done dives for training, and they visually have seen spring water flowing in through the bottom of the lake. So for this study, outlet options. So what's the challenge to
tough to see up there, but the water level of Quarry Lake is around that 724-foot elevation. So the Prior Lake Outlet Channel sits along the west side of the lake, and it flows north. And where the entrance is to the current parking area in Quarry Lake, the water level fluctuates, but in the Prior Lake Outlet Channel, the water level in that area is around a 731. So that's 5.5 feet higher, 6 feet higher than Quarry Lake at that point. The furthest point north, where it goes, the Prior Lake Outlet Channel flows underneath the railroad heading north. The water level in that area is about a 726 foot in elevation, so that's still higher than what that Quarry Lake water surface elevation is. So that's one challenge with an outlet for Quarry Lake. So what are the outlet options? There's always the do nothing option.
Find its own outlet.
Yeah. And then there's gravity option. And then there's putting in a pump and a lift station and pumping the water out of there. So for gravity option, there were 3 different locations kind of evaluated to identify what a Quarry Lake elevation might be set at. So the furthest south elevation is again, Prior Lake Outlet Channel is higher in that area. So if we put in a gravity outlet in that location, you'd have Quarry Lake water elevation of around 728.8. As you move further north on the channel, kind of evaluating locations where we might be able to put in a pipe and a gravity outlet system, that elevation is a 728. And then if we chase it all the way towards the culvert underneath the railroad, the furthest north option, you can get a gravity outlet option that's around a 725.9 foot elevation. So that's the lowest elevation you could maintain the lake with a gravity outlet. Little graph that kind of compares them. I think that's a light gray on the bottom. That would be simulating the pumped outlet option. So that if you want to put in a lift station, you can kind of set where that elevation would be. For this study, it was around where the infrastructure is and the current kind of water level, so around that 724. So once it hits that, the lift station would turn on, it would draw it down, and then as it rises, it would turn on. And so that's what you're seeing, that oscillation. The orange color would simulate the gravity outlet option. So once it hits that outlet, that gravity would allow it to flow out, and it would help maintain that water level. And then if you do nothing, over time, the water level will just continue to keep rising up until it eventually finds an equilibrium point or overland outflow out of the park.
So, give me the numbers.
Whiting?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. The gravity fed, the current level of the Quarry Lake, and where we'd bring it to get to a gravity fed level to the lowest point. How much water was the difference there?
It would still have to come up about 2 feet.
And what infrastructure is going to be affected?
So there's the trail and some retaining wall and the pier location. That would be underwater, so some of that would need to be removed, and the pier would kind of need to be relocated. And then also there would be an impact over at the Ski Association boat landing, where that the configuration of how the boat landing is there. So that water level would come up a little bit more and impact that area. And then it would, as the water level comes up, it encroaches more on the shoreline. So there's some real estate that gets inundated. But
Infrastructure protection plan.
Yeah. So these different options, putting a cost to them, looking at the total construction cost and then an operation and maintenance cost for 50 years to evaluate which option is the most cost effective. The no build would have 0 cost. You don't have any improvements. There are some infrastructure impacts associated with that though. The gravity outlet option is the lowest cost, and it's the lowest for operation and maintenance over that 50-year period. and the pumped outlet, due to the constant pumping and then replacement of parts, there's more maintenance and replacement costs there and construction costs. That's the most expensive option.
Is this, on the pumped outlet cost, total operating of 482 is, that's not yearly.
The 482,000, that would be the construction cost and then 50 years of operations and maintenance.
Oh, okay, all right.
So the recommendation out of the study is to pursue the gravity outlet option. It's the lowest cost, and if you can get a gravity outlet option, that's always the best approach to go. So that would be the recommended option. Next steps, so the water level is continuing to rise. We're looking at including a permanent outlet project for Quarry Lake in the next CIP round, and to put in a permanent outlet to manage the lake. And that's it.
Kirby, great stuff. Questions of staff? Questions of staff? There is no action in front of us, but we may see it in the CIP and
I have a
next year.
question.
I have a question also.
Counselor Lehman?
Do we know what the impact at full flow would be to the outlet channel that we're diverting it to?
Yeah, so as part of construction of this project, there'll be several different regulatory authorities and permitting avenues that we'll have to go down and stakeholders that we'll have to coordinate with. There's going to be some permitting with the DNR. The Prior Lake Outlet Channel in this area is a public water, so connecting and adding a pipe there'll be some permitting there. As far as flow goes, we do have the Prior Lake Outlet Channel Cooperators Agreement in there. There's some flow, there's agreements on what we have agreed with for flow that we would be able to put in at that point. So we'll have to work with the PLOC cooperators with what we're going to propose as the ultimate discharge. So we'll work with them on that, and then there's the watershed district. And
Councilor Whiting?
If we go with the gravity fed and we raise the level of the lake that 2 feet, what issues would the Prior Lake Ski Association have? Would we have some concerns with erosion and wakes and things like that?
I don't think there's any different concerns 2 feet higher than any elevation that we would have the outlet at. We've shared the study with the Ski Association. We'll continue having conversations with them, and
if the water's 2 feet higher and they're skiing, their wake erosion aspect on the shoreline, that's a impact at a higher level, right? Has that been factored in?
So other the infrastructure cost, there's a separate cost line item on there on impacts to the infrastructure.
Okay. Steve?
Mayor and council members, I would also say that it's already an issue. The water's up. It's been rising, so it's been eroding, so it's already an issue. The shoreline, there are some areas that do need to be repaired right now.
Right.
So we will be coming back with some of those repair issues to you as well. So more to come on that.
More to come on this issue. Do you have any other comments in regard to this study and Kirby's work here?
Well, Matt asked most of my question already, but I would just am concerned, is there any concern about the property owners to the north side of the Quarry Lake getting flooding or anything?
On that northeast
if
corner?
we go with the gravity.
Yeah, with the gravity option, there aren't anticipated to be any impacts to that property. It would manage the lake levels, that there wouldn't be any flooding concerns to that property or around the lake. The no outlet option or the no build would anticipate the water level to keep rising until eventually it overtops overland somewhere, and that appears to be north towards the railroad.
Okay.
More questions? More questions? If not, we are going to see bits and pieces of this stuff back, right?
Yep.
Kirby, thank you. I
Good work,
enjoyed
Kirby.
this.
Thank you. Yeah.
And thanks.
Thank you very much. Moving ahead, 10A, the city bill list is in front of us. Comments, questions? If not, we could move to 10B, which is our liaison report. And if, given the hour, if we could keep them short, but Councilor Lehman?
No report. Enough for you?
Liaison report?
He's done.
Huh?
No report. Fast enough for you?
No report.
Thank you. Councilor Brennan?
I attended the spec meeting last night, and Renee Schmidt has turned in her retirement. She is on vacation currently, and her official retirement date will be July 7th. I asked last night, because there's an investigation going on, and I asked if she's going to be available for questions and to be interviewed, and Mr. Crooks indicated that she will be.
Would there, if she resigned on the finance director, would there be any opportunity to bring efficiency and effective and have the city take over their finance aspect and of that and create some real savings?
Well, thank you for that good question. I don't have an answer for you.
Was that a retirement or resignation?
She is in retirement.
Retirement.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Councilor Contreras. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. I'm the one that gets to pick the most, but I'll do it pretty fast. For this school district, the district is looking for ways to maintain the quality programming and learning opportunity for students while building a path to long-term financial stability and being able to attract, retain, and fairly compensate high-quality teachers. Options being considered as part of a solution include budget cuts combined with the possible operating levy request on November 2020 ballot. The superintendent did post the state of the district. For more information, www.shakopee.k12.mn.us. The Shakopee Diversity Alliance working a lot. The 10th week of the food drive distribution numbers, Shakopee 635 families. There's a second location that just opened up in Bloomington, 551 families served, a total of 5,336 individuals. Also Sunday, SDA held a vigil in honor of Mr. George Floyd. It was amazing to see the support of all our leaders out there and to hear you all express how we would not accept police brutality here in Shakopee. And last, this coming Friday, SDA is putting together a wipe diapers and water drive. Donations will be taken from noon to 3 p.m. at the community center. I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Whiting?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Saturday, I had the opportunity to work with the Shakopee Lions Club as they went out and cleaned up Lions Park. Did a lot of work out there, did some work on some of the lighting and cleaning up. They pulled all the staples out of the little cabana there, and with all the different parties in there, must have been thousands of staples. But great job by them, and I want to thank for the opportunity to join the vigil for George Floyd. Through the Shakopee Diversity Alliance. We were all there, all of our state and local representation, or most of all were there. Thanks for that opportunity. That's all I have.
Thank you. My mayor report brief, I had conversations with the Scott County Chair over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, in regard to our safety of our county. The chair was checking in on all the mayors. Also, I've had conversations with the mayors about the pandemic, what can be done for local businesses, and obviously what what was transpiring with the protest and where we fit into that with other mayors of Scott County. Also attended the SDA on Sunday night. Thank you very much. That is all for my report. Mr. Reynolds, administration report.
Just really quickly, everyone, to the mayor's point and Councilor Brennan's comment a little earlier in regards to efficiencies. If you will recall, in July, Councilor Brennan actually brought this up, and that started our look into both SPUC and the city and where we could find common ground to be able to help relieve some of the overall burdens, either from taxes or ratepayers. I've already had this discussion internally with my staff. It would not be much of a lift at all, frankly, for us to both do the HR, including payroll for SPUC. They have a little over 50 people. It would have vastly improved their process. They currently use, Michael, can you turn the dock camera on and put these on for me? I just want to show you really quickly the difference between our two systems. For me, efficiencies are all about one-point data entry. In other words, we don't want people putting the same information in a system. So this is the Shakopee Public Utilities salaried timesheet. I just pulled a typical employee, and this is what theirs looks like. And then this is ours. And you can see, and I did this today, this is just an example. I can put down on our timesheet one time everything that needs to be there, and it's not in pencil, it's not in pen. You don't wonder if it's an 8 or a 6. You know, and also if you look what I've got circled up in the top right corner, you can see audit history and your leave balance review. There's so much more that we could give their employees from an HR perspective, and again, it wouldn't be a lift at all. The same, frankly, is included for finance. You know, Nate is very well-traveled when it comes to billing for utilities. It's not rocket science. We certainly can do it. And so I'm putting it out there that the city of Shakopee could save SPUC, well, their current director of finance and administration was making over $195,000 a year. So we know that at least there's $187,000 a year that she legally can make. So, you know, that is money that can be saved and could be done with a relatively easy lift by the city as a whole. So we have looked at it. This is what we started way back in July when Councilor Brennan brought this up. It's there. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And yes, it's something the utility should take a strong interest in to save some money and create efficiency and effectiveness. But with that, item number 11, other business. Is there any other business?
Can I bring it back for a second? I couldn't see the documentation that was shown. So if...
I'll send it out to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lehman?
Other business item. I had the opportunity to speak with many of our businesses, the bars and restaurants, the chamber president, Representative Tabke, Senator Pratt, and numerous other folks at the State House about the Waltz executive orders, Governor Waltz's executive orders and their impacts, and the financial impacts to the state, the nation, and the globe. My issue is there's really no consistency in some of these orders. I mean, we can all go to Walmart, we can all go to Target. That's not a shot at the mayor for working at Target, but it's an example. But you can't have anybody inside of a restaurant. It's kind of ridiculous. We can have the safety guidelines of washing hands, spacing, mask, covering your coughs, and checking temperatures and stuff like this, and open up our economy. There was an article, matter of fact, put up, Mr. Reynolds, by email today, showing what some of these impacts are, and we're only 2 months into it. So I think the impacts are going to be greater than what a lot of people are thinking, in lost jobs, jobs that don't return, unemployment, a lot of empty space. When companies can now work employees from home, it seems to be working. So if they stick to that model, there's going to be a lot of empty space. What I'm asking council to consider is, do we want to put something together to the governor saying, we've got to get our economy open and have these safety practices at the same time? So we can't expect our restaurants and our bars to continue on for 50 people outside. It's just not going to cover their overhead.
Right. They've
been closed for 2 months already. Another month or two at 50 people outside. It's not going to work. We're going to have to do more.
Well, thank you for the comments. I think given the lateness of the hour, we could probably discuss it for 2 hours.
Right.
I'm in a mayor group that I talk with mayors all over the state, and some mayors and communities have put those letters together, and the governor's got to stack that high. Also, one business did open up, and the Attorney General took action on that. I'm not happy about this shutdown either. I think you're correct. The impacts will be big. But I think we got to stay the course and just, let's see what the next couple of weeks bring and see what more loosening he does. What does he call it? Turning the dial.
Well, you may have an opinion, but it's actually the whole body. So let's all think about it until the next meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Item number 12, if there's no other business in front of us, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn Tuesday, June 16th, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Jody.
Chair, second.
I have a motion by Whiting and a whole bunch of seconds by Council Brennan. Further discussion? Discussion by voice vote. Mr. Reynolds?
Councilor Lehman.
Aye.
Councilor Whiting.
Aye.
Councilor Contreras.
Aye.
Councilor Brennan.
Aye.
And Mayor Mars.
Aye. Thank you all for your patience. We're adjourned at 11:35.
Good night.